Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota that specializes in grifting people and scamming them by telling them the exact truth of what's going on. If you ever need the truth told to someone, specifically to their face, for the purposes of grifting and scamming, call Rekieta Law. I'm the best grifter scammer by telling the truth in the world, and you can only find me here. With me today is a very special guest. I have Mr. Null. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good. I'm tired, but everything else is okay.
Yeah, you're tired because in Wyoming where you are, it's like 10 p.m.
Yeah, no kidding. It's way too early for me.
So you've had a very busy week, and we're gonna talk about, I guess, what's been going on with your week and the kiwi farms. We're gonna talk about Yaniv. What's the name of this person? Jonathan, Jessica, Jenna?
I'm trying to think because he's lost like the blessing of IT. It used to be like my Twitter account has gotten banned for using male pronouns to indirectly refer to him. It's gotten so it was used to be as this has happened, it seems like everyone's kind of forgotten that big IT was like a protective mother for Yaniv. And that's gone now, and it seems like everyone's forgot, but I haven't. I remember my YouTube account got a DMCA strike for 6 months because I used a thumbnail that was derivative work, and I appealed that thumbnail DMCA because I set up my live stream, and then he reported it, and they got taken down. I got my hard strike for it, and I remember emailing YouTube support every single day saying that this is a mistake, this is a mistake, this is a mistake. And then eventually Copyright replied and said, we reviewed it and we think it's right, and don't email us anymore because we're not gonna lift it. So it's like, okay, that's my punishment, I guess, for trying to get this resolved, is them telling me they expedite the telling me to go fuck myself.
Yeah, that's the best. Like, we're gonna respond uncharacteristically quick to tell you to F off.
Yeah. So I stopped doing that. And if you Google for Yaniv, you'll find my BitChute archive, the stream I did on stream.me, ironically enough, which is now a dead service for people who don't know. But
no, it's alive and kicking. It's great. It's doing perfect. Very wonderful.
It's one of the most viewed videos on BitChute because when it broke, people couldn't find information about Yaniv anywhere except for the forum and this one stream I did in defiance. That's still on BitChute. So
yeah, because
if you want to be safe, it's Jessica Yaniv. If you want to be, I think it's safe now to call him Jonathan Yaniv.
I legitimately didn't know. I thought it was Jessica / Jonathan as the live name / dead name, but I didn't actually know if those were the two names.
Legally, I think the name change is official. I think they actually got their name change because when they started DMCAing the Kiwi farms and stuff, I would just post the DMCAs, and because the DMCA is a legal document, you have to sign under penalty of perjury. He would have to sign it as Jonathan Yaniv, and whenever I made fun of him for it, it would probably stick in his craw a little bit, so we went ahead and officially changed it. Because now if I get a DMCA, it's going to be Jessica.
Okay, gotcha. So Jessica Jonathan. I will refer to it as the hideous sea beast, because whoa, I didn't have any idea what that looked like until I Googled it for the background image of the thumbnail and was like, oh my god, that's the stuff of dreams that are called nightmares. So, this is way off subject. We're still in the intro, but I was thinking about this earlier. Do you have any completely irrational fears?
I really hate heights, like in terms of, like if I were to walk through the Grand Canyon or something, and I was going to get close to an edge, I would probably want to get on my belly to look over the edge of a cliff or something.
but that's
I
kind
don't
of
like spiders.
rational because like
Yeah.
you could fall, or in your case, like I'm sure several people have threatened to shove you off of a cliff. So like that's probably not. But I mean like something that's just stupid. Like here's an example.
It's a very long story. I don't know if this counts as like a phobia. I'm not like a like a little lady who squeaks at a mouse and gets up on a chair. But
this is exactly what I want to hear. Yes. What is this?
Anything involving eating and mouth noises. Like whenever I watch a film and someone gets eaten alive, it makes me extremely uncomfortable. Like
but you watch people eat all the time.
No. This
is just a cover up for the feeding.
It's like cartoons, like Tom and Jerry. If like Jerry runs into Tom's mouth into his stomach, or if it's more morbid. I remember there's a series of GIF images of inanimate objects imitating deep sea stuff, and there's one where like a little keyfish gets eaten alive by like a pocketbook purse, coin purse thing, and it's like it's all fake, and they're just being artistic. But watching like the little key swim into its like coin purse mouth and then swim inside of it is like, oh, that's awful. It makes me deeply uncomfortable on like a spiritual level.
The description of that particular video made me uncomfortable. But no, so then the scene in what is it, Pinocchio, where they get eaten by the whale? Is that Pinocchio? They're inside a whale for a bit.
Yeah, that not as bad. It's the more realistic it is, the less I'm okay with it.
Oh, okay, gotcha. See, for me, I was thinking about this because I had a Subway sandwich today. As I was out, I took my kids to a playground, and then that was the restaurant they chose to go to. So I picked up a Subway sandwich, and I can't finish a Subway sandwich. It doesn't matter what size sandwich it is. Like if it's a 6-inch sub or a 12-inch sub, it doesn't matter. I get to the end and I don't want to eat it.
You don't like the ends of sandwiches?
Just the last end. The first end is not a problem. I can go 99% of the way through the sandwich and I'll just look at it and I'll have no appetite for it. I could go eat another. I could start another sandwich. I could eat a bowl of soup. It doesn't matter. I could do anything after that. It's not related to hunger. It's just the end of the sandwich. I don't know.
What if they cut it off? Like, is it just the rounded bit or is it the actual end of it?
No, it's not the rounded bit. Because if there's sandwich shops that don't have, they have like bigger sandwiches and they cut them into segments that don't have
you can't
the
eat the final end of any segment.
It's weird, man. No, that's the second thing. If there are 2 pieces of the sandwich, I'll eat the entirety of the first one, and then I'll get almost to the end of the second one, just stop.
What?
I don't know. I've told you it's irrational. That's what I'm talking about with the irrational fear.
It reminds me of I do something similar, but only with bananas, and only because my mom told me that spiders lay their eggs in the ends of bananas. So I mean that's why I have a reason. It's not like I'm just afraid of the ends of bananas for whatever reasons, because my mom told me that there's spiders in it. I'm not stupid. I've seen videos of spiders like bursting out of a banana.
That's horrifying.
Yeah, it is.
Which end of the banana is it?
The one away from the stem.
Okay. So the one that you're supposed to open. Maybe that's why you're supposed to open it first.
No, because it's easier to open it that way.
I know, but I think it's more because of the spiders.
Yeah, maybe.
Because that's terrifying.
Don't eat the ends of a banana because spiders lay their eggs in it.
Yeah. Just don't eat bananas. I think that's the solution there.
What's wrong with bananas?
Spiders lay their eggs in them.
No, they only lay them in the ends. If you don't eat the ends, you won't get the spiders.
There's a joke in there. Let's move on. Okay, so the other, so we're going to talk Kiwi Farms busyness. We're going to talk Yaniv, and we're going to talk about the ESA leaks. You have some info about those ESA leaks that happened where they doxed. Don't eat bananas. Oh God. Where they doxed several thousand journalists.
More than 2,000, just over 2,000. They doxed everyone who attended E3, specifically VIPs. It was a VIP list. So
Okay.
all the journalists and all the influencers who were registered to attend the 2019 E3 have been doxxed by our base god, the ESA. We all bow to Seattle now because that's where the ESA is from, and it was one of the most hilariously incompetent security things I've ever seen
Right.
in by a major organization. Like the E3, ESA doesn't just own E3. The ESA runs the ESRB. The ESRB is a private organization that the government tolerates as being the media ratings board for video games.
I'm so glad that they do that. They stop all the mass shooters by doing that.
Yeah, they're great people. They stop mass shootings. They dox journalists. And they're just fantastic all around. So I mean, I can talk about it more, but and the short is that the E3 did an oopsie, and it's very funny.
Yeah,
and it's not the first time.
We should talk. We'll talk about it more a little bit later in the show. I guess let's open up with what's been going on the farms.
With the attack or with Yaniv? There's a lot of stuff that's been happening this week.
Well, let's start with the attack, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Okay, so after the news that 8chan had been taken off of Cloudflare, I made the decision that I would start preparing myself to also be removed from Cloudflare, just preemptively. Because a big reason that Cloudflare was really important for years is that I could never find hosting for the Kiwi farms. So a really helpful thing that Cloudflare does is allow for DNS changes to propagate instantly. Normally, when you resolve a domain name, like youtube.com, it hits your DNS server. The DNS server tells you the IP address, and then you connect directly to that IP address. You never connect to a domain name. And DNS changes take up to 24 hours to propagate. So if you change that IP address, it can take a full day of people not being able to connect to your website for that DNS change to propagate. Wow. Cloudflare is not a traditional DNS server. The IP never changes; it always points to Cloudflare. So if you are in the habit of changing IPs a lot because your hosts are throwing you off, the DNS will propagate instantly because that's all. It doesn't have to propagate. You just tell the DNS server that's inside of Cloudflare what to do, and that happens instantaneously because it's all on their system, and it never has to tell anybody things have changed. And eventually, I came to found 1776hosting.com. And that has been my host. My IP never changes because I own my own IPs and I own my own hardware and I have it in a data center.
Is that Glenn Beck's hosting service?
Yes. I mean, Glenn Beck,
it'd be 1791, right?
Is it 1790?
Well, that's his jeans company.
What happened in 1791?
That was when the Constitution was ratified.
Oh, okay. I like mine better. 1776 sounds better.
Yeah. No. But yeah. Anyway,
I got
although
you.
I thought there'd be some delicious irony in you buying web hosting from Glenn Beck. I think that should.
No,
happen.
I don't think Glenn Beck wants me because we make fun of him for being a weirdo.
Aw. Okay, sorry,
But,
I interrupted you.
Yeah, it's okay. That was the main reason. So now that I have my own stuff set up, I don't have to worry too much about being thrown off of host. I still do to an extent, but it's something that happens once every year and a half now from the data center itself, not from random shitty VPS providers across the country and outside the country just getting complaints and reacting to it. So I decided, okay, I'll make Cloudflare-less versions of the forum and start testing how the site would operate without Cloudflare. Am I in a position where I can just ditch Cloudflare? And more or less, I am. But as soon as I did that, people realized, oh, he's not behind Cloudflare anymore, and they started DDoSing the company because it wasn't just Kiwi Farms affected; it was every customer and stuff too. It hit everyone, and that's it. It's hard to explain this, but a DDoS is a very, very powerful attack because of how the internet is designed. The internet is not designed with the DDoS in mind. The DDoS has been an attack for decades. It'll never get fixed. There's no way to fix it. It's like cancer or AIDS. Even if they could fix it, they wouldn't, because it's big money.
Okay, hold on. Let me explain my version of what a DDoS attack is, and then you tell me I'm stupid and tell everybody what it really is. Okay, so a DDoS attack is basically when you buy web hosting, you pay for some estimated amount of bandwidth that they allocate to your site based on average traffic and stuff like that. A DDoS attack is where someone or some group of people decides to target your website with a massive influx of data and exceeds the bandwidth that is normally allocated to your site, and then that causes the server to kind of overload and it can't respond to requests. Is that basically right?
That is very close, and you're describing specifically one kind of DDoS attack. There are 7 layers to a DDoS, and only like 3 or 4 of them ever commonly get used.
It's like a Midwest salad.
Yeah, and the like the most basic kind of attack. I should explain that a DDoS is a distributed denial of service attack. If there is one D, if it's just a DOS attack that's not distributed, that means it's localized. For instance, if I were to DOS a website that had a level 7 application layer problem, that would be that there's like a specific page on the site that's very slow. And I could literally bring down some websites by pressing F5 on this very slow page, because it would lock up all their processors and they wouldn't be able to handle legitimate traffic. The attack that we got was a layer 3 or layer 4 attack, which is they send so much traffic, it clogs up the pipes and you can't process. It's like you're downloading a big file and then you try to access the website and it loads slowly because you're downloading. It's like that, but with websites. And it's really hard to deal with that, because you can't deal with that. If you have a 1 gigabit per second connection and they're hitting you with a 10 gigabit per second denial of service attack, there is nothing you can do besides buy a bigger pipe. And when you a 100 gigabit per second attack is only like a couple $100 a month from a booter or a stressor rental .NET rental service. And the amount of money that you would spend for that connection, that 100 gigabit per second connection, is like thousands of dollars a month.
Right.
And my hosting company doesn't routinely use even near 1 gigabit per second. So that would be all waste. And it would be all waste in the name of defending against this attack, which cost someone absolutely nothing. And that is the very reason.
And if you did that, they could just do a bigger attack, right?
Oh yeah, they could buy a second one for $200 a month, and then you would have to double your expenses, and it's way easier for you to run out of money defending it that way than it would be for them to run out of money defending it or amplifying their attack. So it's a complete mess, and that is the very reason why Cloudflare is popular at all. Why does Cloudflare process about 40% of internet traffic? The answer is because DDoS is very, very good at bringing down websites, and Cloudflare mitigates something that could cost you thousands of dollars a month for nothing. It's absolutely free. The only thing you have to sell them is they can monitor every connection in and out of your website. Every website behind Cloudflare exposes the information being passed along to Cloudflare. They say they're not working with any government. They say nobody's put a packet sniffer in their networks, but you have to trust them, and I don't trust them. So Cloudflare, big, scary organization, multinational organization, as they said in their press release, less than 50% of their traffic now comes directly from the U.S. So, but they solve something very important, and the moment you get rid of them, you see why they were so important. When I said I got rid of them, someone noticed that my network didn't have DDoS protection, and it took... from what I saw in chat logs, it took some guy just casually turning a button on a botnet that he owned, and that was it. It's down. Everything's down. You can't even log into your router to try and mitigate it because it's so down that you can't connect to your router. And
so you can't even restart the router. Rude.
You can't do anything. Now, eventually, it took me about 20 hours because I don't know what I'm doing. I never do. My grandfather had a saying that a job is only interesting so long as you're learning. And I'm still learning how to do low-level networking stuff. I had to add some custom changes to change my upstream because there are services like Cloudflare that do packet scrubbing for DDoS attacks at a ISP level. So you just change your ISP temporarily to this other company, and they'll pay to filter out that traffic. The bandwidth is more expensive than a regular ISP, but that's basically what I had to do. I had to figure out how on my router to make changes that would direct my traffic services through a scrubbing company that would mitigate the attack, much like Cloudflare. So all I've done is I've changed the responsibility of mitigating my denial of service attacks from Cloudflare to this other company, and that's the internet. So that's what I was doing for a very long time, trying to figure out how to set this up.
Well, just please give me my 1,000-hour AOL disk, and and I don't want. That's too much. That's too much complication for me. I'm glad that you're doing it.
It's complicated for me too, and it makes me kind of sad because when I reflect on everything that I've had to learn to keep my website, I've learned more about the internet and web hosting and programming and security and service administration and hardware and routing, trying to keep this website up than I ever did doing a job, than I ever did in school, And it makes me kind of sad that I know I'll never work like a normal job ever again just because I'm known as the Kiwi Farms guy, despite the fact that I am overly qualified for many positions at this point, just through experience.
What if you changed your name to Jonathan Yaniv? I hear that one became available. And if I did that, I would be safe on Twitter forever. I could say whatever I want. I could creep on children, and I wouldn't get in trouble for it. Though they did. Internet
legend.
They
did take away his checkbox. They took away his tick box. Finally, when they realized that he was a PR disaster, and they'd been covering up for him for a year, they finally took his blue tick box away.
Man, did you? So speaking of that, now don't get me wrong. It sounds like. Well, how do they even know who it is, right? Names are changing all over the place and everything. I think that's why they removed the attack. It certainly wasn't because they realized the bad PR. No. But I'm joking. But so I had this guy on yesterday. His name is Chris, and he runs a convention. It's a Southern culture convention called Bubba Fest. And it's in... Right? Exactly. See? You got it. They've got Chuck Norris, Steven Seagal, Lee Majors. They've got Jake the Snake Roberts, the wrestler. They've got, Dusty Rhodes, the wrestler. They have some, like the Lizard Lick towing guys, some moonshiners. They have all these different, it's not just one specific entertainment area. Right? They have all these different people coming. So Facebook decided, he got mass reported, probably by people who are mad that he's inviting Vic Mignogna to the show. And when they were like raising a stink on the Facebook page, they basically yeeted him right off the page, and they made fun of him a little bit. And so then... Your
friend who runs the convention?
Yeah. Well, I mean, friend's a stretch. I've talked to him twice on the show and a couple text messages or whatever, but yeah, he would throw the people off the Facebook page and kind of with a snarky line, nothing offensive, but a little in your face, right? Like someone made a quip about Monica Rial not showing up to the convention. He said she ain't invited, right? Like that was a great line that everybody really kind of liked, because here's a convention owner just telling people this is my show and you can piss off. Anyway, so it got mass flagged, and Facebook removed to the point where Facebook won't take money from him for ads. Like he wants to do promoted posts or whatever to promote the show, and Facebook said nope. He went from being able to promote he used to be able to promote at $1,500 a day, and now it's $0. And when he asked why, they said it was because his convention was racist. Okay. And so he pressed him on it. And this kind of it shouldn't make me laugh, but it does. he said, okay, well, how is my show racist? And they said, well, it's called Bubba Fest and it celebrates the South. So therefore
Dun,
it
dun,
is.
dun.
And he said,
True.
what? And she said, well, he's got the person on the phone. And
Oh my God.
She says, two of your guests are Chuck Norris and Lee Majors. And those are both, this is not a meme, Josh. This is not a meme. She said, those are both very conservative white men.
Dun, dun. That's true. It's very true.
I mean, there are guests of several ethnicities coming, right? But because there are two white men going that are conservative, it is automatically racist.
What was the name of his convention? The Bubba Fest?
It's Bubba Fest. That's it.
I have a convention or festival name that is more Southern sounding than Bubba Fest.
What's
Would you
that?
like to hear it?
Yeah.
This is a real festival. It exists and took place in where I grew up at. There is, it is called the Boggy Bayou Mullet Festival. Now, you might be thinking of like a Joe Dirt mullet kind of thing going on with that. It's actually a fish in the area called mullet. So it's actually better that way because you think of mullets. And then when they explain, no, it's actually like a bottom feeding swamp fish that they catch in the area. You're like, wow, that's even worse. That's even more rednecky than a mullet.
It's also 60% of the men in Florida.
Yeah. Well, what's great is that there was, my mom used to watch this vampire show called True Blood on HBO, and one of the male actors in it was like a real redneck, and he had a Boggy Bayou Mullet Festival T-shirt. And when we saw that, we about like freaked the fuck out because it's like how I guarantee you the set designers, the costume people were like, we need to find the most redneck shirt possible. Can you find something like that? It's like, yeah, I got this Boggy Bayou Mullet Festival T-shirt, and he'll just look like a straight hick if you put him up in this.
Yeah. Oh God, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
The only way it could be better is if it's one of those like short sleeve button up shirts with the air conditioning vents in the back. Have you ever seen those? You probably not, because everyone's in a tracksuit where you are. Okay. It's a button up short sleeve button up shirt, and then the back, like from the shoulder down to about midway down the back, is a flap with some mesh sides, and so it's like breeze through, right? So that
I have one of those.
You do? What color is it?
Black.
Black. That's not hick enough, but it's pretty close.
It's very comfortable. It's fucking hot in here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's what my cousin wears like exclusively. That's great. You two would get along wonderfully.
Oh God, people in chat are going Suki, which is the vampire. They're all British actors trying to impersonate Southerners, and the main woman's name is Suki, and the main vampire guy would all go Shuki like that every fucking time. And it's like, do you have like I mean, he's obviously British trying to do a Southern accent, but it sounds like he has a speech impediment. He's like a retard vampire.
What is this on?
True Blood, the vampire show that I talked about. The Mullet Festival T-shirt.
I never. Oh God, I think I watched an episode of True Blood. I should watch more of it, especially now that it's a British guy trying to be Southern.
It's well, technically they use British actors a lot for Southern accents because apparently the Southern accent is closely related to the British accent. I don't know how that works, but that's what they say.
Okay. I don't agree. I do not agree. I would never say that in Louisiana either. You'll find yourself in a swamp. All right. So we took a little tangent here, but basically, so Kiwi Farms got the DDoS attack, and you got that sorted, right? Like, so that's
yes. If there's an incoming attack now, I can literally press a button and reapply all those changes that took me 20 hours to set up.
And so then now you said DDoS attacks are unstoppable, but you can stop it by pressing a button.
Yes, because I have an infrastructure arrangement that allows me to do a Cloudflare-like service. And without saying too much, I mean, they could drop me too.
Right.
That's the big fear now is as we progress into this post 8chan world, the next step, like let's say that Jim has money and he has money thanks to 2chan or now 5chan.
Isn't it
But
only logical to go to 16chan?
I ran 16chan.
What about 32chan?
Somebody runs a 32chan too.
Well, 64? How do I need to go? What?
Oh, it was like there's a 420chan too.
Yeah, but that's not a multiple of
And multiple too, it doesn't count.
of 8, right? But it's a multiple of 2 for sure.
I would just skip all the way up to 1024chan. That sounds better.
I'll raise you. Never mind. We can. That joke's getting old already. So I didn't realize there was a 16chan. Okay, sorry. So Jim has money and wants to do 2chan or whatever.
He makes his money from it's called 5chan now for legal reasons. It's now called 5chan, but that's his money. His network for that is like a 10 gigabit per second connection. Even though 5chan is one of the largest websites in the world, I think like one of the top 10 websites in Japan. It runs only on a 5 or 10 gigabit per second connection because it's a text board. It has no images.
What was 5chan? You said for legal purposes, that's what it's called.
Okay, this is very complicated, but 2channel was a Japanese company started by a Japanese man, and for legal reasons, he hosted outside the country with NTT Technology, which is Jim Watkins' company.
What legal reasons?
Pornography.
Oh, okay, sweet. Good job.
So to avoid the censorship laws, he hosted with a American company that Jim Watkins owned.
So no blurry penis 2chan. None of that.
Correct.
Okay.
So, but it became one of the largest websites in all of Japan, making fucking bank between advertisements and the 2chan pass thing. It was making a lot of money. Now, what happens next is a matter of legal uncertainty, but the long and short is that Hiroyuki Nishimura, the current owner of 4chan and the founder of 2chan, lost control of 2chan, and Jim Watkins became the sole owner, manager, and entrepreneur behind 2chan.
But
and
they've
said,
been. Oh, sorry, I'm going to interrupt you a lot because my boomer brain is catching up to what you just said. You said that this was a pornography site, but it's
not pornography. It just allows pornography.
But I thought it was just text.
I'm not entirely sure. I think there are some image boards, or maybe it's just like advertisements that are porn that they can't run from Japan.
Maybe it's just ASCII porn or whatever.
Yeah, it's something that they decided they needed to host out of the US.
Okay, sorry.
But at some point, Hiroyuki Nishimura lost control of 2chan, and Jim Watkins, the hoster of the site, took control over it. And they've been fighting with each other ever since. And at one point, Hiroyuki Nishimura lost or won a preliminary lower court hearing that Jim Watkins had stolen the company from him illegally. And as a matter of panic, Jim owns many domains that are like 5chan, 5ch.net, 8ch.net. He owns like every number ch.net. In his entire like from like 1 to 100, so he just moved it up to 5chan.net, and so that's why that's called that now. He eventually won in a higher court, I'm pretty sure, but it was a pretty dramatic change, because if you are a weeaboo, you know what 2ch is, just because it's such a popular thing in their culture that in anime they will name drop 2ch, because all the NEETs, all the hikikomori in Japan will use 2chan.
Okay.
So
all right. So why are we talking about this?
Because
Japanese
Jim Watkins hosts 5ch right now, and he hosted on a 10 gigabit per second connection.
Right.
And when 8chan was getting DDoS directly via IP, it brought down 5chan as well. So it's a big deal. Now he does have enough money. He could theoretically upgrade his connection. He could add DDoS filtering, hardware and stuff. He wouldn't want to spend that money, but he could. And even if Jim was forced to do that to keep 8chan afloat, all that would happen then is the tier 1 networks that he peers with would drop him. Now in the internet, it's a web, right? So each joint, each intersection on a web is like a server. It's a router.
Yeah.
And to keep to connect online, you bounce from node to node to node. And the tier 1s all peer with each other. To be a tier 1 network, you have to peer with the other tier 1 network. That's what defines it. Tier 2 network peers with usually like 2 or 3 tier 1 networks. And oftentimes other tier 2 and tier 3 or tier 4 networks. So if he's peered with tier 1 networks and the tier 1 networks refuse to peer with him because it's 8chan, that would be literally the infrastructure of the internet as a whole converging to destroy 8chan. And it's like, okay, you can't hide behind Cloudflare. You can't hide behind a DDoS filtering, packet scrubber. Even if you buy your own infrastructure to host and filter your own DDoS attacks out, if the tier 1 networks won't peer with you, that's it. You're banned from the internet de facto by IT companies. And I that to me is more scary than Facebook and Twitter having control over social media. I don't know.
It always comes back to your little net neutrality stance.
Well, it's true. If you want to make anything something that you have to issue service for, I consider these companies far more important than Facebook in terms of, because like literally you can't offer an alternative if these companies refuse to do business with you. You know what I mean? Right.
And I'm of course razzing you.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying it's very serious to me because I'm thinking about it selfishly, as I do. I'm thinking about this like, this is the reality of the situation. This might be a question I have to ask myself in a couple of weeks, maybe, in a worst case scenario. And I don't have gym money. That's it. If the tier 1 networks refuse to peer with me, that's it. That's the end of the line. The internet itself has collapsed to kill a Kiwi farm.
How long till we have Japanese porn ads on Kiwi farms? Like, that's the real question.
Japanese porn ads. I don't know. If it came down to that, I could do it. I could swing it. But you know what? That's probably the answer. What happens if the tier 1 networks in the US refuse to do business with you? You move. You move somewhere. You go to Taiwan, you go to Hong Kong, you leave the US because the US might have all the freedom of speech that it claims to have, but it's not worth the shit. You know what I mean? Practically speaking, it's not worth the shit because all the companies can do whatever they want, and they will. And they seem to be all conspiring and woven together to have very aligned interests all the time, constantly.
Isn't that amazing?
It's very coincidental.
That's something that we probably agree on quite a bit, is that seems to be cropping up more and more lately. And this is the argument, right? Is that what good is a government protection of a fundamental right if we just go ahead and allow some companies to stomp on that right instead of a government?
That and I mean, there's no like rogue tier 1 company that's just like, yeah, hail Hitler. There's no diversity of opinion in any of these companies. They all seem to be the exact same. Doesn't matter what the brand name is, doesn't matter who's behind it, doesn't matter who owns it, doesn't matter how old it is or how new it is. They all seem to have the exact same interests, and it's just very shocking to me because you think there'd be at least one outlier in the whole gambit of companies that manage these infrastructures. You think at least one of them would be at least slightly more libertarian or conservative, but no, they're not. They're all very scary in that they think alike.
We need to get some high top fades running the tier 1 networks.
Yeah.
Who runs them? Wait, wouldn't they? Never mind. Who? Like, how many tier 1?
There are like 7 in the entire world. There is NTT, unrelated to the gym companies, the big one in Japan. Cogent, Layer 3.
I've heard of Cogent.
And there's another one I'm missing. I like to say Hurricane Electric, but I'm pretty sure that Hurricane Electric is not a technical tier one network. I mean, there's a handful of them across the entire world.
All right, so how many fat guys do we need to strip in front of an audience before we can get a libertarian tier one? Like what?
Well, they've been pretty libertarian. I think Matthew Prince, the guy who runs of Cloudflare, was technically a very libertarian person, but it never holds up. There has to be someone behind the scenes applying pressure to these companies that makes it, these philosophies, these guiding principles that you've used to establish a multinational successful company, you just got to get rid of them for 8chan specifically, because trust us, 8chan is the really bad one that you have to watch out for.
They said the same thing on Daily Stormer, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because Dick and I were talking about that the other day, whereas that when Cloudflare dropped Daily Stormer, it was a huge deal. They had never dropped anyone before,
for political reasons,
right?
But here's the really fascinating thing is that they blocked 8chan and they blocked the Daily Stormer, and you have to wonder, what is it about those websites that is such an incentive to them that they're doing this right before their initial public offering? Cloudflare is going public, and it's only going to get worse as they become a public company.
Oh yeah,
it's only going to get
it's done.
So what is making Cloudflare do these things that hurt their image right before their IPO? What is so incentivized about it that they're willing to do this? And why is it specifically the Daily Stormer and 8chan? There are websites I can't say the name of on this stream out of respect, because it would get you taken down immediately, that host behind Cloudflare and do so safely. Why is it that those sites stay up? Why is it that terrorist websites that work literally with the Islamic State, why are those still up on Cloudflare? There are so many websites that are up. There are websites dedicated to like child pornography that stay safe on Cloudflare. But specifically 8chan and the Daily Stormer are such a problem that they have to be taken down. And they have to be taken down regardless of timing and regardless of whatever financial impact it'll have on Cloudflare.
What's your theory?
I can't say. Everybody knows. Everybody knows in chat.
Okay, but if it's the JQ we're talking about, like, there's got to be other anti-Jewish websites out there, right? Like,
not really.
Really? There's only two?
I can name a lot of racist websites, a lot of anti-immigration websites, a lot of anti-Islamic websites, and as far as really, really hounding the JQ is, I mean, there's very small websites, but in terms of like big popular websites, Daily Stormer and 8chan, only thing I can think of.
I can't. There's got to be more, right?
I can't name any. There is Stormfront, which is managed by a guy very ironically named Don Black out of Florida.
I didn't know the Stormfront was I thought Stormfront was like an organization.
It is an organization, but they have
also
a website.
Has a website called Stormfront.
I think so. And it's managed by a guy called Don Black. And I just like to point out that the racist guy is called Don Black every time because it makes me laugh when I think about it. But I mean, his website's small. And it's not particularly active, but yeah, I mean, there's not too many of them.
See, I'm not good at conspiracy theories. Like, I don't know, and that just doesn't seem real to me. I believe you, but my brain's broken on that. It seems like there has to be some other reason, right? Like, it just seems like
you would want there to be. Like nobody chooses to be racist. Nobody wakes up and like, God, I really want to be uncomfortable in the world we live in. I want to wake up and I want to see people in the worst light. Nobody's like that. So when people start becoming racist, and
I wake up and I go, you know what, God, I really want to see the worst of humanity today, right now.
Yeah, no, that's a legal requirement to pass the bar exam. You have to have an innately negative view of humanity.
Well, that's why when someone calls you and is like, look, I just murdered someone yesterday, you're like, yeah, but I imagined worse was going to call today, so this is fine. Let's just talk about it. That's just the prep work. Well, that's interesting stuff.
I don't know. I could go on, but I don't want to. I don't like talking about it because it's just like it crushes my soul. Like I was a happy-go-lucky Democratic voter. I remember I voted. I was too young to vote in 2020 or 2008 and '08, the first election after Bush.
You're too young to vote in '08.
Yes, but I could. I think I was 17 at the time, so I could vote in the Democratic primaries. So in the Democratic primaries in '08, I voted for Hillary Clinton. In 2012, I went to my local church and I voted for Obama. And somehow
you voted at a church. That's great.
That's all the voting places.
I love Florida.
All the voting places are in churches. I don't think I've ever seen the voting. No, there was a library in Pensacola when I voted for Trump in 2016. I had to go to a library, but up into all the voting places I've been to before then were churches.
Huh.
So somewhere along the way, I lost my light. All the happiness I felt. I remember when Obama got elected. Like, wow, I'm the generation that ended racism.
I think it made it worse.
Oh yeah, there's a distinct measure in how racial tensions are between Bush and Obama, because I remember, like, even as a kid, I remember watching Comedy Central. All my favorite comedians are, like, at the time, Carlos Mencia and Dave Chappelle and Jon Stewart, who is Jewish. And it's just it never even occurred to me that these people were different in any way. And a few short years later, it just feels like the country's about to tear itself into pieces over race specifically.
Yeah, there's So I plug this podcast from time to time. This son of a bitch owes me money. No, he doesn't actually, but he should. Malcolm Gladwell does a podcast called Revisionist History, and I'm pretty sure he covered this. I'm trying to think where else I would have heard it, but basically, there was a study done that measured racial sentiments before and after Obama, because of, this sort of thing that they had a feeling was going on.
An observation, yeah.
Yeah, and what they found was it interestingly increased racism among the left further. And there's a I guess it's a sociological phenomenon about this, where when you have dominant groups but majority minority groups, right? So you have in this case, obviously it was white majority versus black minority, that when the majority gives something to the minority group, this doesn't have to have anything to do with race, it just happens to in this instance. When the majority group gives something to the minority group, suddenly they feel like they can that gives them license to be worse to the minority group. Does that make sense? Like, well, we did this for you, so now you have this and this and this. So the interesting thing for the Democratic Party was they found out that the Democrats themselves specifically said, well, we voted a black person in, and then they in turn treated the black Democratic members worse. And the way they measured this was actually, I believe, in pursuing black interests specifically in the congressional, in the Democrat caucuses and stuff like that. It was pretty an interesting thing. I believe Gladwell covered it. I want to say it was on his podcast, but man, it was fascinating because there was data to actually support that racism got worse after electing Obama. So,
I mean, you don't need. I've gotten to the point where I don't trust any studies. I just trust my gut, and my gut says it got worse. It's demonstrably got worse.
Oh, anybody with a mind can see it's gotten worse.
We wonder how.
We wouldn't be talking about the Daily Stormer and 8chan and the JQ 8 years ago. We just wait.
It's actually really frustrating because it feels like the efforts to censor this has made it worse too. Because, the censorship I've dealt with, like, okay, how many people, okay, I want to talk to somebody to deal with a problem that I have. What other people are experiencing these same set of problems, and it's all neo-Nazis. So it's like, if I want to ask a question about a problem that I'm having running my drama gossip website that's getting censored, who do I have to talk to? I have to talk to people who are going to be like, oh, here's how you fix this. By the way, do you have a moment to talk about the Jews? And it's like, that is.
Excuse me, sir. Do you have a minute?
Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior Siege? No, it's very frustrating because nobody chooses to be bad. It's just what happens, and I've been shoved into the bad boy box because I just want to have a place where I shitpost about autistic people and trannies. I never occurred to me in 2012 that this would be my life.
I'm just picturing, like, it's the internet, so it all makes sense from a communications perspective. But if you remove the internet and like try and analogize, like, imagine if someone was catapulted into the future from like 1870, right? And like you had to explain one of these interactions to them. It would be like, oh yes, I've fixed your I've gone ahead and fixed your carriage. Here, would you like to read my tract about the Jews?
My pamphlet.
Jeez, God. Oh my goodness. Let me read through some of these chats and see if there are any questions for either of us before we move on to the Yaniv stuff. Let's get. This is heavy. We're talking about like heavy socio-political, race-related stuff that makes a lot of people uncomfortable. Let's talk about heavy trannies instead.
Literally.
Nick Sex says, in the lawsuit, Meyer versus Wade, Jew Power Lady versus Kiwi Farms, and the Vic case, you always hear about incitement of fans, and it's always baseless. Is there any case law surrounding incitement via social media in the U.S.? Very, very little. Very little, because the typical requirements for incitement are Can
I guess? I think I know this.
Yeah. Go for it.
It has to be like a knowing and direct encouragement to violence. And the big one is it has to actually have the chance of causing that violence.
Right. Yes. It has to be a call to action. And the action that is a result of it. So a reasonable person's interpretation of the call to action would have to reasonably be able to result imminently. That's not worded right, but it means the same thing. So yeah, basically you can't just say, well, the big case on it was a KKK rally, and this guy was talking,
in Ohio.
Yeah, it was Brandenburg versus Ohio.
I have this Oyez case literally pulled up right now. I just noticed it's in my tab.
Yeah.
Brandenburg, a leader of the Ku Klux Klan, made a speech at a Klan rally and was later convicted under an Ohio criminal syndicalism law. The law made illegal advocating crime, sabotage, violence, or unlawful methods of terrorism as a means of accomplishing industrial political reform. And the answer was that because it didn't have an imminent effect of achieving that call to violence, it was an infringement on his freedom of speech.
Right. And I mean, he's literally calling for black people to be lynched. Like that
wow.
was his speech. You can actually, if you pull up the full case, they have an excerpt from his speech, and it's not a pleasant one. I read it on Stream Me. I think I still have the recording of it.
Was that your Mumkey Jones manifesto reading?
Yeah, it was the first Stream Me video I ever did because it was the free speech thing. I think I ended up taking it down though because I knew people would clip it out of context. But it was it's such an inflammatory speech, and the Supreme Court said no, of course this is protected because there wasn't a black guy there that he said go lynch that guy. That changes everything. Because you have
somebody
a mob who
in
might
chat
act
said worst State of the Union ever.
But yeah, so that's incitement, and so it's really hard to have social media actually incite an attack on someone, to incite violence, because there's no group of people who is imminently able to cause the violence normally. Now, I guess a way you could do it, let's say there was an Antifa rally that was all following a trending hashtag, and there was some Antifa overlord somewhere directing them via Twitter, and there were cameras set up, and they could actually pick someone out and order violence on someone using this trending hashtag, and then the people there reacted to it, or would be reasonably likely to react to it. That would be potential incitement of violence through social media. But the way it's written, that's kind of how it would have to be. That's kind of what would need to transpire. Something very
specific. It'd have to be very obvious. Like, there could be no question about it. Now, okay, I have a question regarding about Yaniv. Tell me if this sounds like it breaks any laws in the U.S. Now, I don't know anything about Canada. I don't think anyone knows anything about Canada.
No.
But I'm going to read these posts, and you tell me if this sounds like it would be legally actionable.
Okay, so these are posts from Yaniv?
Oh, motherfucker.
What? What did I do?
No, a mod merged together these posts, and I absolutely did not want that because that's evidence, and they fucking merged metadata together. Oh, that's not good. Why didn't they ask before they did that?
Can you unmerge it?
No, merging and thread merging, that's something you can't undo easily. Oh, that's really fucking annoying. Okay, I'll just read it. At WG Kitty, you're going to fucking die. I know who you are, and I'm going to come there, slit your throat, and throw your body under the Golden Ears Bridge. Bob Adams knows who you are, too, so you better stop. You're going to die, motherfucker, going to die. You better not step outside the building or else.
Wait a minute.
This is somebody that lives in the same building as him.
That was all one post?
It was three. Every one of those lines was a different post until somebody burns it together.
Okay, the first one with the slit your throat, in Minnesota, that post is a felony. Especially if the person lives in the same building.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Minnesota,
they're in the same building.
In Minnesota, that'd be a felony terroristic threat. So the way Minnesota gets around the speech protections, right, is you have to narrowly construe the law. So to make a terroristic threat of violence in Minnesota, you have to have not just a generalized threat like I'm going to kill you, you're going to die. You have to threaten a specific criminal act. So slitting the throat is a specific criminal act that is used to cause terror or fear in the person.
It was three different mods that did it. Three different mods merged posts together until it became like one giant. I'm really annoyed at that. That really. If I wanted the post fucking merged, I would have merged them myself at any point in the last 16 hours when they've been up. Oh, that's bad because I don't know. Like, I wanted to restore it to what it was when he posted it because it's potentially a crime, and I want as little modification to the actual crime as possible. Yeah. And now it's all because it was three. It wasn't like, okay, I made a drunk post that was over the line. He made 3 consecutive deliberate attempts to intimidate this person, tagging him each time in the effort of doing so.
So this is that he would see it. So this is a Farms user.
Yeah, well, no, it was somebody who joined the website under the name Fuck WG Kitty. WG Kitty being the person who joined, or who was posting about stuff that was happening in the building. Who was known to live in the building, and it's actually funny because in the logs, I can see that based on the way that refers work in the access log, I can see what page he was when he went to a different page, and he registered from page 652 in the general thread. And in the general thread, WG Kitty is saying that everyone in the building hates Yaniv.
Sure.
So we saw that and directly registered from that page. And then I could see he was clicking around in different threads. He was reading about his former employer who joined the site to disavow him and say they don't do business together anymore. And then he started posting and making threats to this guy and just posting utter nonsense. Like he was spamming the site like a child.
That's so frequently the reaction, right?
To what? Spamming the site?
No. But I mean, a lot of people, I've seen this on Kiwi Farms, and you see it anywhere online, right? When someone gets attacked, they're in a real way, not just like called stupid or fatso or something, but when they get attacked in a real way, their brain, their lizard brain or whatever, their lobster brain takes over, and they go on this like freak out fest. Oh, you know about this, right? Akiva Cohen, the New York lawyer who he was doxxed on Kiwi Farms, and then now he's allegedly going to own Kiwi Farms, he said.
Good luck with that.
But do you know about this? You know about this guy, right? Because didn't he did DMCA
He
takedowns?
threatened me. You said on air that you wanted him to sue me because it would be interesting. It would be something to talk about.
Well, you're not reacting, so I was making sure you remembered and didn't like.
No, I was letting you finish. I remember this guy. Yeah. I think about him every so often because he was the first real lawyer to say that he was going to sue me, and then I pull up his Twitter account. And his Twitter account is still locked, and it makes me laugh every time I pull that up and see that this guy went on and on. Like I make jokes about it on my stream about how his threats to me were filled with almost like a sexual energy. Like, yeah, I'm gonna take your money. I'm gonna garnish your wages, and you can't even bankrupt out of these judgments. They're gonna follow you the rest of your life. I'm gonna get $500,000. You're gonna be paying pennies to me for every day you live, boy. And it's like,
I'm gonna stick my hand deep in your bank account and lick your ear hole while I do it.
Yeah, it's like, and then after all that weird sexually energized like lawyering talk about how he was going to get, he wasn't just going to bankrupt me. He was going to super mega bankrupt me in such a way that it would be like he gave me a student loan, and it would be like a iron ball and chain. He was going to get Trump to extradite me out of Russia to come pay my fine to work in the debtor prison mining coal so that he could get that money. And after all that shit, I just said, look, I looked it up. You don't have registration numbers. You can't get statutory damages. You can only get real damages because you don't have the registration already made by the time the alleged infringement happened. So you have to charge real damages. The real damages are zero. You can waste my time, but I'll probably win. And it probably wouldn't be a good look for a real IP lawyer to lose against a pro se random internet retard.
You know what's
and
really...
after that, he just locked his Twitter account. It's been gone ever since.
You know what's really funny about that? What he did to you is actually an ethics violation. Like, you can't just threaten, you can't frivolously threaten a lawsuit or threaten to leverage your legal powers over someone as a lawyer. It's shockingly, Akiva Cohen filed a bar complaint against Ty Beard, the lawyer representing Vic, for exactly that rule violation, even though Ty didn't do that. So it's really funny that he did that. It makes it delicious. Did he do that?
Should I file? Are you encouraging me to file an ethics complaint?
I would never do that. But did you?
You never encouraged me, but I should consider it.
That's up to you. No, but I have a question. He did this by email?
Yes. No. He never emailed me. He was yelling on Twitter.
Do you have archives of all of that? Or
I believe that everything he said regarding like suing me is archived. I would hope so. Otherwise, people aren't doing their fucking jobs on my site.
Oh man. Well, if they were archived, I've already got them. I hope they were archived. I'll have to go through it'd be in his thread, right? I assume.
I would hope so. And people better archive that.
Well, I can already tell you that I believe Mr. Cohen will be having will already have some sort of complaint filed or investigation from the New York bar. Not from me. I don't file complaints against people.
Is it an ethics violation to file an ethics violation against another lawyer?
It depends. In a weird way, in the way. It's the same rule. It's the same. This is the problem with lawyer ethics boards, right? Is that the same rule that says it's an ethics violation to frivolously threaten someone with a lawsuit can be interpreted to mean using an ethics violation against a lawyer might be an ethics violation.
Well, he seems to do this a lot then. He seems to be a repeat offender.
Yeah, that's the problem here, and that's what might get. So the question is, now that may only cover lawyers in the same jurisdiction or lawyers. I think here's the intent of it. The intent is, if you're in a lawsuit, like let's say you're a lawyer and I'm a lawyer, and we're both on opposite sides of a lawsuit, and I threaten to use an ethics violation against you in the lawsuit, that and it's frivolous, that would be in and of itself an ethics violation. We actually saw this in the Lull suit with Landau. Landau saying that now he was lying. He said that Greenberger and Munoz had threatened an ethics violation against him, or threatened to file an ethics complaint, when what they had actually said was, it's your ethical obligation under this rule to bring this before the court, and if you don't, we'll bring it to the court. because it's our ethical obligation too. They didn't say anything about filing an ethics complaint against him, but that's how he took it, and he talked about using that rule. It's so meta. All of this stuff has just come full circle. But Akiva Cohen, but this is the reaction I'm talking about, right? Like, he flipped out after getting attacked, quote unquote, by the farms, and he went absolutely nuts. And so then this Yaniv person gets made fun of on the farms, and then goes full offense, like to the point of potentially legally actionable felonies. At least in Minnesota they would be. I'm guessing in Canada they probably have less speech protection. It's probably more of a threat and likely illegal. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's you know what Yaniv and Cohen have in common?
Yeah. Well, it's not just them though, right? Like, it's the internet reaction. I like watching it. I like watching
yeah, it's a spectacle. It's an entitlement issue, is what I've decided it is. Is that you have these people who have lived their entire lives. That's what they have in common, by the way. They've never been told no their entire lives. They grew up, they got into a university they wanted, they got the degree they wanted, they started the business they wanted, they had some success in that field that they wanted, and then they live their entire life and they start acting like weirdos. And they say to someone, "You can't do this. You have to take this down." And they're so used to being saying, "Oh, okay, I'll take it down," because they don't want problems. That when somebody says, "No, I'm keeping this up. I'm legally allowed to do so," it like short circuits something in their brain that's been built up over decades, where they've never heard those words. Like, nah, just nah. Why should I?
I'm a New York attorney. I'm going to take you to town.
Yeah.
God, it's great.
And I remember, when he threatened me, I went and I looked back at laws and stuff. I pulled up my books to look up stuff, and I was thinking, like, I would cite the I don't remember specifically the numbering of this, but in the federal rules of civil procedure, there is that declaration that pro se defendants or pro se, what do you call it? Like litigants. A combination of litigant. Well, I mean, is that the word that you would use for defendants as well as litigants? Well, I'm not being litigant. I'm being defensive. Litigant sounds like only for
litigant
for
is
pressing.
Just one engaged in litigation.
Okay. Well, the statute says that a pro se litigant should be interpreted mercifully by the court because they don't know what they're doing. Yeah. And I was imagining my opening saying, "My name is Joshua Moon. I have an Associates of Arts with the Northwest Florida State College." And the person pressing these charges or filing this tort against me is Akiva Cohen, a intellectual property attorney who has 15 years experience doing intellectual property litigation in the state of New York. So I have a prayer with the court to give me some leniency here, because I'm gonna be left correct, but I'm gonna be right at the end. So I had all that planned out in my head, and then he just locks his fucking Twitter, and I was like, what the fuck? I wasn't expecting it to be just a joke,
Yeah, he's a special person. And to be clear, I'm pretty sure he would have gotten, the judge would have looked at him, and you would have been able to make a pretty strong case that what he was doing was an abuse of the copyright process, and that could that would get him.
I would have to look at the slap laws and to see if I could get like fees out of them or something, because it's like, if it is something that should be automatically dismissed, my opinion is, and I don't know if this is legally based in anything, but my opinion is, if a intellectual property attorney files spurious litigation regarding intellectual property rights against a pro se litigant who then wins, it feels like I should get like a booby prize for that. Like that deserves something in response.
And he should have a stick with a handkerchief carrying his only belongings. That's how it should go. That was the first question. Lord Weeble says, "I've been listening to your stuff at work and something got my feels. You can tell a lot about someone by where they draw the line. Feeder Chan's call to arms for Chris Chan really got to me. Eternal respect, Josh. Feed me any day."
No, he's referring to the extortionist. Nothing got done with that. I think some cops ended up visiting some people and stuff, but as far as I know, nobody, like actual dangerous, like sociopathic, autistic people extorting like a seriously retarded man out of petty amounts of money that added up to essentially a grand theft over the months. And nobody did anything. And it's like, what is the point of our federal police if you can extort the retarded and leave a huge paper trail indicating that you were doing this, knowingly that it's wrong, and that nothing happens to you? Like, what a crack of shit.
Yeah, it's garbage, man. Because I talked about that. I think Chris Chan actually shared my video when I did it.
No, when you talk, did he?
I think so. I think I saw that.
That's funny.
Like on
That's
Reddit
how you got your start. You owe it to Chris.
I owe it to
you
Chris.
You got to pay some of these super chats forward.
What I gotta do is I gotta get Sriracha on to read Sonichu or whatever. Ryan Mercado says, why should you be let someone like John Kelly go on your show if all he's gonna do is act like a jackass and incompetent? Also, can we get some F's in chat for John Kelly's brain and common sense? Yeah, there's a guy in the chat before the show. I was mentioning, he's a guy who apparently rebroadcasts my streams. I didn't know that this existed until just today. But,
that guy is going to have a field day with this one.
I'm sure. I'm sure. But he says I'm a fraud and a liar and I'm, stealing people's money. And then he demanded to debate me on my show. It was like, well, no. And then, like you said, then he tweeted out that I refused to debate him on my show about something. I don't even know exactly what he wants me to debate him on, but it was like the entitlement. I've gotten this before. Some guy on Twitter several months ago was saying I was scared to debate him and blah, 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 blah. And so I said, actually, no, come on my show. Let's have a debate. And then he said, well, pay me. Like, well, who the hell are you? Like, pay you for what?
I want my share of those super chats, Nick. I gotta pay. I gotta feed my farm.
And then I'm like, wait, but why would I pay you? Like, what do you bring to the show that merits pay? And he's like, well, it's my time. But you asked, though. Like, I'm not coming to you saying, please come on, I need your help. You're just some random guy on Twitter, and I had a free day. But oh man, I don't get it.
To interrupt, this is breaking news. Someone on the forum noticed something. He noticed that a long time ago in December in 2016 or what was last year, 2018.
Yeah.
December 26, 2018, he filed that DMCA against that thumbnail on my YouTube stream that I was going to do. They got me a 6-month strike or whatever. And I posted that DMCA, and I mentioned that at the time the legal name was Jonathan Yaniv. Well, there was some question when I was verifying that this account shitposting on my website was actually Jonathan Yaniv. And the big thing that had question marks all over it was the email address, because the email address was trustednerd@gmail.com, which is the name of his organization, and his Twitter handle is trustednerd. And but anybody can register an email address, and I know that he uses now the Jessica@trustednerd.com email address. So it's like, why didn't he use that one? Why did he use the Gmail? Right. And I couldn't find, if you Google with quotes, trustednerd@gmail.com, you won't find any hits. You'll probably find the Kiwi Farms now, but you won't find any hits for that email anywhere else. So it's like, is this actually his email address? And well, then we had another circumstantial bit where somebody did some poking around. One of the janitors for the board tried to reset a password for a bunch of people we suspected were Twitter sock accounts of Yaniv. And one of them had the trustednerd@gmail.com as an email address. It's like, well, that's circumstantial, but that's like a link between somebody suspected of being a sock puppet and someone suspected of being Yaniv.
Right.
Well, somebody tried to reset his Gmail password using his phone number we know is his, and that worked. It sent the reset to that phone. It's like, okay, well, it looks very certain now, but somebody found something that makes it undeniable. It's not just screwing around with resets and stuff.
Sure.
The copy of the DMCA I posted at the end of 2018 was Jonathan Yaniv at trustednerd@gmail.com as the complainant.
Oh,
so
no.
100% base the original sin against me, which started the entire crusade, the entire cataloging of his activity, and my promise to bring him down. That was what the linchpin and
Kaiser Sose was sitting in front of you the entire time. Ricky #internchan says, "Hey Nick and chat, I need your help. My friend just lost her mom 2 days ago. Oh my goodness! If you can donate or retweet the link, it would be appreciated. I think she means. You can find the link on my Twitter at EmmyFire #internchan. You guys are awesome. Ricky, DM me that so I don't forget. Thanks. Intimidator0108 says, "Hey Nick, how's it going tonight? Read your tweet about that weirdo who wanted to debate you on your show while working on the tie beard decal design. Poor Sap must have really wanted attention tonight." Yeah, I mean, that's how good. Oh, so apparently, you might know about, I don't know if you know about this guy, but apparently he's a Gamergate guy. Or like a Gamergate adjacent. Who? The guy who was like yelling at me about the show. John.
Oh, the debate guy that wanted money?
Yeah. Well, no, the one who wanted to be on my show today, who was like, when I said no, he tweeted about it and stuff. The other guy was a different person who wanted money. That was a guy named Mitchell Horton. This is a guy, Flandre Scarlett says, John Michael Kelly is best known for being screamed at by Seattle for Truth during Gamergate, and he DFE'd when Slash Cow started looking into him. A true GG nut rider. So I don't know. I don't know if you've ever heard of that guy. So me either, which is I guess unfortunate for him. If I heard of him, maybe I would have let him on the show. But I always have to ask, why would I? Okay, next. We've got stupid. Sends other RP friend ERP says, Nick, lean into the mic, hiss seductively and say, reading Senpai's Homes ERP low-key turn me on. There you go. Natalie Braithwaite says, as a British person, I'm offended to have our glorious accent compared to the Southern accent. So the British are gonna hate you soon too, Josh, just so you know.
The British are gonna hate me. Wow, you're a bit late for that. You're a bit late for that one.
No, because see, only New Zealand truly hates you.
No, I hate the British.
How did you offend the glorious empire?
I told you about Sam, right? I mean, I don't know if the government's pissed off at me, but I don't have friends in England.
Who's Sam?
Vordrak, the guy who brought down the site for 2 weeks.
Okay, that guy. Yeah, I know about that guy. I don't remember his. If you say Vordrak or Vordrak.
He's Sammy to me. He's Sammykins, my favorite guy.
Yeah, well, I know that English person doesn't like you, but I didn't think that applied to the entire country.
I hate England. I can't say anything nice about it. And it's all the Commonwealth countries are the ones that are mad at me. Fuck the Commonwealth. I hope every Commonwealth country burns to the ground. I just, and you know what's weird is that whenever you talk to an English person, the first thing they bring up is pedophilia. I don't know what it is, but I brought this up before and people got mad at me in the comments. Like, well, we have to be on guard for Chesters because or the pedophiles because you got all these big busts and stuff that happen in England. We all got to be careful. It's like there's a video making fun of like the pedo like schizophrenia that the English have. But if you talk to them for any length of time, they will bring up child rape in some capacity. And it's like, what is wrong? You're all sick. This is what happens when you fuck your cousins for hundreds of years. You get an island of inbreds who are obsessed with child rape. It's disgusting. I hate the English.
Well, I can tell one of the places you're not looking to relocate. That's great.
Yeah, no, never. I would rather be set on fire. I said this. This is actually quoted on my Rational Wiki or like biography. As I have said on record that I would rather be set on fire by ISIS than forcibly relocated to the UK.
What is Rational Wiki? Like, I've seen it, but what is it?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay. Just making sure. Because I'm glad that I don't know either then. Mythos Irving says, so if Dick fans are called dickheads, should Nick fans be called the Nickers? No.
You said that before. I've heard that out of context. That joke's been made before.
Yeah, it was like just a day or two ago. I really need to read through these chats before I actually read them out loud. Probably be better for my life. No, the racketeers, which really made the Kick Vic people super happy because since he's grifting people, they're the racketeers. I like the Spike Man says newest Kiwi farm ad. Mommy Chan sucked me dry. Try our new game. OWO. I like the Spike Man says that face when used to vote in a synagogue. Went to a beautiful bar mitzvah there. Good folk. Love them way more than any coastal chosen. Coastal chosen? I don't know if it's coastal.
Coastal. I think he's saying coastal chosen, like in Coastal Elites.
Oh, okay. Oh, sure. Like the New Englanders.
Yeah.
So do you hate New England as much as you hate Old England?
No, not really. I don't. I mean, I lived in Buffalo for a while. Buffalo was nice.
Oh, okay. So you don't want that England to burn to the ground. Can you burn a country to the ground? Like, because isn't the country the ground?
You can fucking try, Nick. You gotta start somewhere. You gotta start burning something to test this hypothesis.
You'd have to yeah. I don't know how that would work, but I'm with it. The greatest stories never told says Josh likes smug anime girls. That's
no, true. I don't.
And Sakaki Onsai says, Josh, what do you need from us to keep you up and operating? The farms are an international treasure and must be preserved. What do you require of us patrons of the Kiwi farmers market? Hashtag
Bitcoin.
Doxing potatoes like a boss. So Bitcoin yes, is the way.
Literally, I scream this at the top of my lungs as often as I can. Like even if you don't want to give me your money, which is perfectly understandable. Even if you think I'm a creepy weirdo and you hate me and you hate the episodes where I'm talking to Nick, for the love of God, figure out how to buy cryptocurrency. Just figure it out. Just do it. Buy $1 worth of Litecoin off of Coinbase, because when you understand how to buy a cryptocurrency, how to use a cryptocurrency, how to exchange cryptocurrency for money, they can't take that away from you. And over time, it's going to become more and more important for websites like mine, and not just websites like mine and 8chan. It's very important to 8chan, but it's going to become important for many websites that you currently like that are going to be destroyed in the next 5 to 10 years. And the only way they'll be able to function is through Bitcoin, because they go after the money every time. So everyone should know how to get cryptocurrency and use it.
Yeah, guys in the chat, it's Nick Uz, please. We don't use hard R's here. It's Nick Uz. Nick Uz.
I can't say it because I'd fuck it up.
Yeah. Drake. So okay, so that's buying Bitcoin. Can you give BATs as well to the farms? Is that a possible thing?
Oh, okay. So for a long time I was shilling a browser called Brave. And to this day, I continue to shill it. It's a great browser. If you're looking for a alternative that's privacy oriented, try Brave. Mm-hmm. It's made by, the Brave Foundation is ran by Brendan Eich, who is the original founder of Mozilla Foundation, and he was kicked out of Mozilla in 2008 because he donated his own personal money to the Prop 9 campaigns in California, which temporarily banned gay marriage in California.
Right.
When they found that out, they kicked him out of his own foundation, basically. And ever since then, Mozilla has been on a steep decline in quality as they've moved towards a more woke-oriented team. And Ike went off. Oh, he also invented JavaScript. He's a real clever guy. He's an OG, and he's made Brave, which has not only good privacy features built in, good ad blocker built into the browser, and works great on mobile. He built in BAT, which is a Ethereum token, which allows you to donate directly to websites on their system, and then they can take those tokens out of those grants into money. And I've been doing that. In the first month I did it, I made $5,000 because it was between like referrals and between people donating to the site with their grants. It was great. Now it's far less, but that's because a British person complained very, very loudly to Brendan Eich. and went after his team like relentlessly. And now I'm on a reduced status where I can't receive any money from the Brave Foundation directly. But if you watch ads as a part of their system and get ad grants, you can send me those ad grants directly, which is why it's far less now. But it's not money I would ever turn down. I don't know how we got to this conversation. But
someone asked how to help you.
Oh, use Brave. If you're a complete normie and you don't know, like you don't even have an inclination to learning anything new, just use Brave. That's the easiest thing you can do.
What if you are Brave verified and you have no idea how to access that?
You would have to make a publisher account. I mean, do you have a publisher account already set up?
I have like an Uphold thing or whatever.
It should happen automatically. They should send you
I don't know
your money on the night. I
don't know how to get it.
You go to your Uphold account and you add a checking account, and then you just withdraw it.
Maybe that's what I have to do. God, I don't. We might have to have a chat at some point because apparently I think there's Brave money waiting for me, but I just don't know how to do it.
Yeah, you would have to. Yeah, I'll walk you through it. It's very easy.
Well, you may.
No, it's even for normies. You just go to a site and you plug in something. Like that's it. It's no more complicated than PayPal.
And I thought I had it set up, and now apparently I have no idea. But anyway, that's for a different. We can talk about that later. Okay, so that's through the questions that I have so far. So let's talk. Yaniv, the Stabby McStabberson, or no, Slitty.
Yeah, Slitty and throwing you under a bridge. You know, okay. Here's the development on that is that I compiled all the information that I had to send to them into a nice email with access logs, and I explained how those logs related to the threats and what they should do to confirm that Jonathan Yaniv was the one who posted the threats. And I sent them an email, and they sent me a reply saying, "We don't accept police reports via email. Please call us." So I did, and I got a Canadian woman who was very irritated with me. And I don't know if she was irritated with me because I'm basically an anonymous foreigner trying to file a local police report, or if they get so many complaints about Yaniv from people in general that just dealing with another police report about Yaniv was irritating to her, or a combination of the two. It could be both at the same time. But like I was explaining to her stuff, and she had like sass, and I've never heard a sassy Canadian. And I was explaining like my mailing address was in Fort Walton Beach in Florida, and she asked how to spell it, and I said it's Walton, like the Walton family from Walmart. And she's like, "Oh, well, we're in Canada. We don't know much about Walmart here." I'm like, "Motherfucker, don't you lie to me. You know what a Walmart is. You know who the Waltons are. You don't know what Walmart is. You're in Langley. If you drive 30 minutes south, you'll be at a Walmart."
Oh, that's great.
But I got I eventually got like a call back from I don't know if you call them cops or what, but. And I talked about it. He was in the car, so he couldn't really walk alongside the data. And I just said, "Look, this is the information, and it explains how you can confirm that this account and the threats made belong to Yaniv." And he's like, "Okay, well, we can't really do anything with that from an anonymous report." I'm like, "That's great. Just give me a case number, and I'll forward it to the person who was affected, and they'll report it." And the person who was affected, who was targeted by the threat, says that they're posted just now, I think. That they're going to post an update when they call. And I think they're either doing it probably tomorrow because it's late today. But
now, does this qualify as interacting with a cow? Like, aren't you not supposed to do that?
No, not really. I'm not talking with him. I mean, it's like you don't go to Chris. Like I would never encourage someone. I would never encourage someone in a serious capacity to find Yaniv and tip over his scooter. I would never ever encourage that.
Come on, does he have a scooter?
You don't know about the scooter? Oh my god!
I don't know anything. I told you the first time I ever saw a picture was when I pulled up for the thumbnail. That was
from what I understand, Yaniv has he claims to have brain cancer, but from what I've been told from sources, like people email me just shit. Like I live near him. I work at this service and I dealt with him today. Like they just email me like complaints. I'm the Yaniv Langley Police Department complaint recipient.
But that's the best part of this internet stuff, right? Like once you reach a broad enough group of people and you talk about or interact with someone who's ridiculous, someone out there knows them that is and is closer.
Many people in this case.
Yeah, like
Langley, Canada has Walmart. You're welcome to. Yeah. Fuck off, angry police. You don't know you don't know who the Waltons are. Whatever. Everyone knows who the Waltons are. I could ask a Russian. Do you know who the Waltons are? And they're like, oh yeah, the rich people in America.
Oh boy, that's great. That's great.
But
no, but of course, I'm kidding. I'm just razzing you a little bit. When there's an actual crime to report by the victim, then that's I'm not suggesting that the victim should not report a crime. That'd be silly.
Yeah, no, definitely. And it would require it in this case. They can't just act on it. Even I think there's a genuine want to act on it, but without an actual victim, there's not much they can do, even if there's a want to pursue it. So hopefully they will follow through. And there were more tweets. Somebody sent me screen caps of tweets of Yaniv with a camera in the hallway calling out, this is a quote, LOL Kitty, you know where Linda lives. Just drag your big ass from 207 to 218. You don't even need to climb stairs, which will require an ambulance for you. I see you. And it's a picture. It's like a horror movie shot of the hallway from like a fisheye lens mounted to his door in the public hallway of this apartment building. And then Kitty, aka Sharon, you and your two girls should be very afraid. It's so obvious it's you. I've got you on camera. Prepare for the worst life ever living here. I know it's both you and Linda. You're both asshats and revenge is coming. You won't like it and you shouldn't buy hand wave emoji. So it's like you have multiple. It's not like you can't even excuse it. Like Yaniv was saying that he's hungover and drunk right now. He did it when he was drunk. It's like that's not drunk posting.
No,
that's very sober, and it's very in the reason why I was mad about.
You should drunk post the Langley police though, because they called you anonymous. You're like, you know who I am, Joshua Moon.
I'm banned in New Zealand, motherfucker.
You know my name. Oh, by the way, someone said. Oh, Akiva Cohen said your website was most known for the Christchurch shooting footage in the manifesto. That is the most known thing about Kiwi Farms. Would you agree or disagree with that statement?
It's not a incredulous statement. It's not something that's just like that's stupid. It was the reason that we got a Wikipedia page. And
Kiwi Farms didn't have a Wikipedia page until then?
That's correct.
That's amazing. That blows my mind.
The people tried very hard to ignore us for a very long time. I know for a fact that there are people on the left-hand side, like the former Gamergate, all the literally who's from Gamergate. I was told by one of them in a candid conversation I had with them that they actively avoid mentioning the site because they don't want to promote it in any way. So there was a real attempt to cover up that we even existed for some time. And then after that, it's like, enough normies heard about the site that they started looking into it.
Yeah. That's great. That's amazing. Because I figured that you would have pissed someone off enough to have an angry wiki entry before that.
I do, just not on Wikipedia. There were attempts, but they got deleted.
Huh.
For not meeting notability requirements. Well, it's not laughing anymore.
Yeah, I'm notable now.
I remember, like the intro to it has been rewritten many times, and the first version of it was actually pretty neutral. Yeah, now it's just complete slant. Kiwi Farms is an internet forum, American internet forum dedicated to ongoing harassment and stalking of online figures and communities it deems locales. So not even actual locales, just it deems locales arbitrarily.
It's the opposite because it says stalking and harassing, which are the two things that are not done.
Yes. Well, they don't care.
Right.
Truth is irrelevant in our post facts and logic age that only Ben Shapiro can help us with.
Yeah, the Wikipedia is a weird place because like, so you can like edit some Wikipedia entries and then other ones get specifically locked, right? And can't
Dude,
be edited
Wikipedia
except
is
by
a mess. And I used to donate $100 a year to Wikipedia because I supported it. And I gave up during Gamergate because I remember it was like the page of Anita Sarkeesian or something. And or it was something Gamergate related. And the article just said something like, everyone who doesn't like Anita Sarkeesian is a sexist. If you don't support feminist frequency, you hate women. And I tried to edit it to say, like, you know, people call her out for being a scam artist for the fact that she didn't do what she said she was going to do. She didn't put out the episode she was going to say, like genuine things that people criticize her for. And it got reverted. And I like the guy who reverted it was like a feminist portal like manager. And I left a comment like, hey, you know, you reverted this change. And I was just wondering why, because it's factually incorrect the way it is now. He didn't just like refuse. He undid my change to his talk page where I added my comment, very reasonably reaching out to this person, hoping to have conversation with him about this change I wanted to add. He discarded my thoughts like they were a plague rat on his ship, and he just lazily kicked it off the side of the ship. Like, he deleted it, and I was so appalled. I contacted like you get like a special email if you donate for like investor inquiries. And I wrote like the support, they didn't respond. I wrote the investor inquiries, and they finally forwarded it to someone who took a second crack at it. And all he did was change the wording very slightly, but the general theme was still that anyone who doesn't like Anita Sarkeesian is a sexist. I'm like, fuck it, fuck you guys. Yeah. You guys are ridiculous. And it's so strange. You can't edit Wikipedia unless you are in the circle of people who it's like there are Wikipedia articles explaining we are not a bureaucracy. We're not a democracy. It's not like a vote. It's not a bureaucratic process. And like, what is it? Is it a autistocracy? Is it a nepotism or an oligarchy? Like, what? Because there is a hierarchy, and it's trust based, and it's who you know and what narrative you're spinning, and it's just a complete fucking mess. And I can't advocate supporting Wikipedia, and really people should stop, because Jimmy Wales will probably go back to his roots and let things be neutral again if he has to fear that not enough people are paying their $5.
Yeah, I don't know why anybody does, frankly. If you look up they have very accurate info on Spicer, Minnesota on Wikipedia, I've heard. But other than that, the rest of the pages are trash. So there's, that's how it goes.
Are you like listed as being the town like asshole on Spicer, Minnesota?
No, I think my official title is Lord Inquisitor. Last I checked. But
how the fuck you pronounce the name of your county? Candioi?
Candioi.
That's a weird name. That's an Indian name.
Let's see what it says right now. It got changed a couple times.
It doesn't say anything about you from what I can see.
Oh no, it's under history. Oh, good. I'm elected as the city's official Tard Wrangler, and there's a citation.
Where?
See, what's the citation is from so in 2019 I was elected that, but the citation is from a 2015 post. If you just it's so carefully
How long
curated.
has it been like that? It's been like that for months.
Yeah, a while.
There's at least one person who looked up Spicer, Minnesota, and saw that and thought, "Wow, what a weird backwards ass town they got." Officially elected Tard Wranglers working for them.
Oh God, that makes me so happy. See, this is why Wikipedia needs to go. We can all go back to Encyclopedia Britannica, and it can all be curated and way too expensive. That'd be better. So Drake, I've got a couple things here, and some of them directly relate to what we're talking to. Drake Noble says, so I was given drugs at a hospital that made me freak out and break both my hands, and they responded by giving me 5 Band-Aids and discharged me. Now I have a permanent broken left hand and don't know what to do. Oh my goodness.
Sounds like you should sue.
Yeah, he's in Australia. I don't have too much...
Oh, you have to sue the government. How fun.
Yeah. Enjoy your free healthcare, I guess. Well, hopefully whoever gave you the drugs will find one of those poisonous animals. Nova Zero says, find Bitcoin brokers if your bank and or exchanges are being shinters. I think he means sphincters. I'm sure their site's still up, or write some malware and mine Monero on other people's devices, then trade that in for Bitcoin like Josh. I don't know if he's accusing you of doing that. But,
if you have certain inadequate like firewall things, you'll get a warning if you go to kiwifarms.net, because for a very brief period in I think 2017, I mined Monero through the browser, and that was one of the largest websites to ever mine Monero through the browser. And
Monero sounds like a racist Southern man speaking Spanish and talking about money. Now, I need some day workers. How much Monero you need?
That's pretty good. Yeah, that's excellent. No, it's a cryptocurrency, and it's a very good cryptocurrency because it has built-in privacy on the main blockchain, on the main Bitcoin ledger. Every transaction ever made is public, and you can theoretically trace money back to when it was mined, and you see how it changes hands and stuff. But with Monero, they have something called like zero knowledge verification or something, and it basically means that you can trade money, and it doesn't leave a publicly readable ledger of where money goes and where it comes from and how much someone has. So Monero is a good privacy coin. It's used in black market stuff a lot. And for a while, I was using the CPUs on computers visiting the Kiwi farms to mine Monero and send it to me. And it was extremely lucrative. And I mined something like 20 Monero, which is now like $4,000 in 1 month. And generally speaking, if I had been able to keep that up, I would have made a lot of money using it. But unfortunately, malware companies were very quick to react to the new scourge of Monero mining. And to this day, I think on Malwarebytes, we're still listed as having malware, even though I have told them many times I don't have it. And I get complaints like every so often saying, why are you blocked by my Malwarebytes? It's like, because the Malwarebytes is shit, and you got to fucking email them because they don't listen to me. Maybe once they get 100 emails from people using their software, they'll eventually figure out that those files they're complaining about on the site haven't been there for 2 years.
I wonder if, because I have Malwarebytes, and I don't think it blocks me. I wonder if I added you to a safe thing or something. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
I think I have Malwarebytes. Maybe I don't. Who knows?
It was just really frustrating because there are so many times where I've said to myself, if this holds up, the Kiwi Farms is paid for. And then a month later, it's not holding up. It's like, fuck, now we're blacklisted by every malware company on earth. Fuck, now Brendan Ike has banned the Kiwi Farms from their publishing platform. Fuck, I got kicked off of that. Fuck. You know, it's there have been many times where I've had the thought, if this holds up, everything is fine, and then it just doesn't. It's a curse.
Except for the one glorious domain of New Project 2, right?
Oh, I would never ask a question about if that holds up or not. I would never allow that thought to enter my brain. But because it's not related.
People can support you on
my
New
podcast.
Project. Your podcast on New Project 2.
Yeah, if you like my sultry voice, you can go to metatheinternet.com to support my podcast where I talk about the internet.
Yeah, and you should do that if you like Josh's sultry no vocal fry voice. GRP poll says Langley, Canada has Walmarts. You're welcome, Josh. I think you read that one when it came.
I did one. I saw that and I was it was like that fucking phone operator was screwing with me. She hated me. She hated my dumb American ass. Colin's like, what's your address? I'm like, well, currently I'm in Eastern Europe. She's like, what?
What's your address? The irradiated place.
Yeah, Chernobyl. I'm in the zone. You have to send your mail by dropping it off at a pickup point with a flare lit, so I can find it.
I'm gonna chip off a chunk of the elephant foot and mail it to you.
Oh God! Don't even joke about sending radioactive materials to the post office. You'll get swatted for that.
Right. That's only Putin can do that, right?
Right. Exactly.
Freighter J says, Josh, what's the formal term for KF users? Kiwis, farmers, or spurgs?
Oh, spurgs. I just call them users. I don't like the demonym Kiwi.
I thought they were like cats, right? Like you called them cats before. Well, you said
I say my users are like cats.
Yeah.
And people are calling me out like, "Oh, Josh, you mind?" And you need this because, like I told you, there was a giant notice up on the top of every page saying that we're mining with your CPU to make money, to make ends meet. If you don't consent to this, leave. And nobody had a problem with it except mobile users. I had to turn it off on mobile because they said like why is my phone like a red hot brick of molten metal right now?
10,000 degrees. It's like I'm playing a Facebook game. Those things just, oh man, they just eat up battery. I stopped playing any games on my phone like a year ago, and thank God it was before that Diablo phone game came out. Okay, so Yaniv gets arrested.
Mm-hmm.
Can you walk me through the legal troubles of Yaniv here?
He got arrested the first time. I don't know. He's probably okay right now, but he got arrested like days ago because he challenged Blair White to a debate. Okay. And if you don't know, Blair White is a very famous conservative-based trans woman.
Right. And I've seen Blair White. I've never like watched Blair talk, but I've seen pictures or whatever.
Well, Blair is one of the best passing trans people I've ever seen, and I wouldn't say like there's a little bit of uncanny valley happening with it, but it's much, especially when they're right next to each other on the screen. It is day and night between someone who put in effort and someone who put in no effort whatsoever, and probably is sexually gratified by looking like a man in a dress. Like that is the distinction. And Blair sounds like Blair said on stream that their voice never dropped. So I guess that's something that we have in common. But they sound kind of feminine. They look pretty feminine, and they're conservative. So they're like a conservative idol for trans stuff because they're it's like the base black guy thing going on.
Right.
But Yaniv, who is technically conservative too, from what I understand, because I think they supported Trump and they don't like immigrants, which is funny because his mother is an immigrant from Israel. And anyways, they have a debate, and during the debate, Yaniv is doing like really crazy, like erratic, childish shit, like on webcam.
Are they both pre-op then?
Yes, actually, they are. Jonathan Yaniv claims to be intersex, having both functional female and male genitals.
Oh, sure.
There's no evidence for this, but
no one's brave enough to find out.
Nobody has to check it in Canada. Nobody has to check. They just say that they're female.
Is Jonathan into, or Jessica or whatever, into men or women?
I don't know. Probably women. I think he's a lesbian. It says on his Twitter page. If you go to Trusted Nerd on Twitter, it says I'm a trans lesbian. Okay. So lesbian.
What about Blair?
Blair is engaged to a man.
Okay, so literally into a dude. Got it.
Yeah. So Blair, they're both pre-op, but for different reasons. I think with Blair, it's that they didn't really need to. They're satisfied with how they are now. They don't even take estrogen.
Sorry, someone said take the plunge, Josh.
No, it's not happening.
Oh, sorry. I try not to laugh at the chat. I really do, but that one, for some reason, it got me. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Blair isn't even on estrogen as far as I know, so they're like completely like the only difference between them and their male biology is what they choose to wear technically. But so like that's important to bring up because if they're not on estrogen, their penis works. Just a fun fact of trans biology. But the same is true with Yaniv. As far as like medical progress into being post-op goes, they're at the same position, which makes the difference between them all the more startling when you look at it, because it is so radical, like how little of a shit Jonathan Yaniv is in presenting as a woman.
Right. Now, there's some allegations that Yaniv is merely using trans as a shield and means to predate on females.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's the reigning theory. I think it's not even just that. I think that there is a genuine sexual gratification from making people uncomfortable, which is like the weirdest fetish in the world. I think it actually genuinely makes him like erect. He gets a stiffy if he is talking to a woman about woman issues and she becomes visibly distressed talking to him. I think that is actually the vector that he's going for.
That is
because there's no other way.
Horrifying.
Yeah.
Koila Dante says, bio student here, functional hermaphroditism, as Yaniv describes, has never been observed to occur in humans.
I've heard that as well, because they claim they get periods. They claim that they have a functioning cock and balls, and that they also get periods. And I don't think, like, technically, if that was possible, he could impregnate himself, which is a ridiculous. It's a preposterous notion.
There'd have to be some bending involved, right? Like, that'd be...
You could just put it into a cup, Nick.
Oh, well, I mean, why
I'm not literally suggesting that Yaniv can fuck himself.
I'm just saying, why do it the no fun way when there's the fun way, right? Like,
that's true. I'm saying that if this was true, they would be on like the front page, like man impregnates himself. That would be like a UN thing. There'd be like it's like in
you win every
ET.
award, right? Like, yeah,
every reward. And it's like an ET when the spooks come in to take the alien. It would be like that. You would have some kind of weird government shit. Like America would invade Langley to set up a perimeter around this house because it's a medical marvel, and they have to contain it and study it.
But then would we have footage of Yaniv being like, I am not an animal, or whatever?
Yeah, exactly. It would be like the human like vivisection type shit to study it.
Yeah, well, we'd have to put it down and cut it in half.
No, it's a vivisection. You keep it alive.
I guess. Do you give it drugs? Or do you just...
No, that disrupts the biology. You can't observe it.
You got to see what's going on there. Okay.
Yeah. Anyways, they put out like a taser on stream, like because they were doing they were doing silly stuff like if I'm not a real woman and if I don't have periods, why do I have a tampon? And he pulls out like a tampon on camera, and she's like, because you're a freaky weird fetishist and you buy tampons even though you don't have a need for them. And then later on, they pull out a taser and they bring it out of nowhere and put it right next to the mic and go, Brah! And it's like startling because it's like a loud noise.
Yeah.
And it's just like, Blair's like, is that like a moment? Are you having a moment? And he's like, no, but I just wanted to show you that I do have to fear for my life. And I have a taser, even though it's illegal for me to have a taser. What do you think happens after he says that? Live on air.
Oh, God. That was a good plan.
Yeah, it immediately blew up in their face, and they got raided by the RCMP. And guess who posted pictures of the cop cars and police presence at the apartment building on the Kiwi Farms?
I have no idea.
WG Kitty, who 2 days later, while talking about how nobody at the apartment complex likes Yaniv joins to say, I'm going to slit your throat and throw your body under the Golden Ears Bridge.
Right, gotcha. So this was a debate between these two. Was it like live streamed on YouTube or something? Or
yes, it's called a heated debate with Blair White and Jonathan Yaniv, or Jessica Yaniv, sexual predator, or something.
What kind of audience did that have? Like, was this a lot of people?
50,000 people were watching it.
Oh my God, 50,000 people. Were they was Yaniv rated live during the show, or did it happen?
No, they weren't swatted. They got in trouble immediately after, like hours afterwards. The people were talking about how there was a police presence at the apartment building, and this was when the DDoS started, so I couldn't follow it too intensely, but I did see the news articles that they confirmed that they were processed at the police department for an arrest and on promise to show when the trial comes. And now 2 days after this illegal weapons possession, they issue a death threat to somebody living at their apartment complex. So chances are he's gonna get booked, because now it's not just a death threat. It's not just like, oh, I got drunk and I said stupid shit. It's like this person has been actively threatening this kitty person on site and off site for a period of weeks, and they have illegal weapons charges.
That's a good plan. Definitely, I always recommend to my clients, whenever they have any pending criminal issue, that what they should do is find someone near them and make death threats to them.
They should complicate their own life.
Highly
immensely.
specific death threats too.
Yeah, actionable death threats to people you have physical access to. That's the best kind of death threat.
That's wild. That's wild. So people are saying I should have Yaniv on the show.
He would come in a heartbeat.
Are you serious?
In a heartbeat.
Why?
Because they love it. They love the attention, and they're going to say things to try to make you uncomfortable because it makes their pee-pee hard.
What if I don't get uncomfortable? What if I?
They would probably get frustrated and start doing stupid things like pulling out tasers on stream.
Yeah, because I'm like the master of comfort.
Okay. People brought this up. I have to address it. Yaniv said after the police left that they did not get in trouble for having illegal weapons. Somebody swatted them by saying that he had child pornography.
Okay.
Which is not really the claim you want to make after the police show up at your house. Like, oh, it wasn't weapons, it was child porn. Like, don't worry about it. It's not a great lie to tell.
This isn't the problem. This is the nothing over here. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So I don't know. Like, okay, people get mad. There's a debate with people who don't like doxing. They say like, oh, police records should be private because somebody gets arrested, it shouldn't ruin their life. Well, now as a member of the public, I have no fucking idea what's going on. I've been told two different stories about why the police were at his apartment, if he got arrested, what he got arrested for. And it's like, it would be great if there was booking information that I could just pull up and see. And even then, I was thinking about this is, let's say he does get arrested for this death threat thing and they hold him until the trial, at least pending sentence, because they say, oh, he's a danger because now he's threatening people and getting drunk and shit. He would go to women's prison. Maybe
that's what he's trying to do. Maybe that's why he mentioned child porn.
He wants to go to women's. No, can you think of anything worse?
Someone in the chat said that there was a trans male to female trans who did go to women's prison and ended up raping two of the inmates. I don't know if that's true, but
it happens all the time. It's happened multiple times. And it's like, I can't think of anything. I was about to say this. I can't think of anything closer to hell than being a woman locked in a cage with like a rapist. Like, Can you think of anything worse? I would just shoot me. I would attack a guard so he'd have to fucking kill me because you're not going to keep me in there.
Yeah, that'd be a bad spot.
It feels like a cruel and unusual punishment to lock up women with intact men. Would you not agree? Would that not seem like a cruel and unusual punishment that could probably go to the Supreme Court and say you can't house trannies with women?
Oh God, how do you know it's cruel and unusual? You're presuming the crime before the act.
No, you don't have to. There's people that could press it to make the case after the fact that exist right now, who are alive on Earth right now, who have been subjected to cruel and unusual punishment as a result of our prison.
I don't know if that'd be cruel and unusual punishment, because cruel and unusual punishment would be a specific punishment doled out to a specific person. Whereas in this case, they would be incidentally affected negatively by the placement of Yaniv, unless you could prove, or not Yaniv, but whoever, unless you could prove that they put that person in that cell for the purpose of causing this person harm. Now, you'd allege that, of course. But
let's say that America had like its own Chernobyl, out in the middle of nowhere, like in Montana. We had
Like
a
at
Chernobyl.
3 Mile Island?
It's something like that. And we put like a prison right next to the Chernobyl so that everyone is incidentally exposed to radiation. That would be cruel and unusual, wouldn't it?
No, I don't. I mean, I don't think people could call it whatever. I don't think that would violate the, the prohibition against cruel and unusual punishment in the Constitution. I don't think that's how that would work out.
It would be something.
Because
you can't put people next to rapist trannies and radioactivity. There has to be something somewhere it is written you can't do that.
But you're saying, see, it would. It's a little different because one is guaranteed to cause harm, right? Like the waste from the Chernobyl thing or whatever, the radioactive material would basically guarantee harm to those people. But I still don't think, I think that would just be some sort of negligent or reckless act, not necessarily cruel and unusual. Now, if you fed it to a journalist, like the polonium-210 stuff or whatever, that happened in Russia several years ago, that would probably be cruel and unusual punishment, right? If the government ordered something like that specifically against a specific person. That's what I'm saying.
That sounds like Western propaganda to me.
Right. Well, if the allegations were true, which they're definitely not true, right? We know.
Where's proofs? Where's your proofs?
Right. He died natural causes. It's okay. Been poking around where shouldn't be. But yeah, so if there was a specific targeted act, I think yeah. But you'd have to link that. Like you'd have to show how the government was punishing in a cruel and unusual manner the person. Like it couldn't just be incidental. You know what I mean? I think at least. But if you're the lawyer, of course you make the argument that it's definitely cruel and unusual punishment. I just don't think you prevail on that. There's not like there aren't several other problems with it. But yeah, so I just don't know how that would play out in an American prison. It'd have to.
We're gonna have to figure it out soon because, like, they're all like by definition, if you have gender dysphoria, you're mentally ill. And my hypothesis, my uninformed opinion, just based on observation, is that gender dysphoria is a symptom of an actual problem. Like a lot of the times they're autistic as well. And I think that gender dysphoria can be a manifestation of autism or other neurological problems, right? And so you have a mentally ill segment of the population that has a identity, self-described identity, that the government has to respect because we've decided that it's a civil right to be seen as that. So, and more people are subscribing to this. So it's absolutely going to be a problem in the courts very soon.
And I'm not saying it's not a issue, right? Or that even that there wouldn't be a remedy. I'm just not sure how you would legally pursue that remedy. It'd just be a complicated question. Any matter of first impression with the court's a complicated question. So but it is certainly interesting because logically it's coming. They're going to, if they don't already I don't know if they do in the US or not, but if they don't already start putting pre-op male to female trans women in prison with biological women, they're going to at some point. That's just the way our society is headed. That's a weird thing. So back to the Yaniv stuff. So currently, are there any charges filed? Do we know?
Not that I know of. I mean, I'm sure. I think that there is an illegal weapons charge, and he has to show up at court eventually. Yeah. I think that's confirmed. But that's it. The ongoing litigation. The thing that most people talk about with Yaniv is the Human Rights Tribunal stuff. Which, you know anything about the Human Rights Tribunal?
God, no, I have no idea.
Usually when you think of like a human rights tribunal, your mind flashes to like Nuremberg in like Africa or warlords are cutting off hands and shit.
Exactly what I was going to say. Yeah. Like the diamond mining slave operations and stuff like that.
or like the ICC charging like a African like a Pol Pot kind of guy.
Right. Yeah.
But in Canada, they have a human
General
rights
butt
tribunals.
naked. That guy's great.
Yeah, exactly. And in Canada, their equivalent, the Canadian equivalent of those courts is trannies not getting their balls waxed. And when it was originally conceived, it was supposed to be like
Wait, so it's the Human Rights Tribunal in Canada.
Yes.
Are they the same? Are they the same people? No. So did they pass the rule? This is like the whole Jordan Peterson thing too, right? Like with the forced pronouns. Did that come from them, or is that something else? That was just a rule.
I think that was probably them. Anytime it's a civil, it's like, okay, the Canadian courts basically set up, it's like a computer. You know, you got your processing unit for handling most instructions on a computer, and that's like the court system. But they set up like a sub-processor specifically for civil rights issues.
Gotcha.
And that's the Human Rights Tribunal, and it's anything from the black person being suspecting that they've been fired for being black. It's and that's what it was originally set up for. Is that Canada in its constitution, its basic law, it has a lot of protections for religion and stuff, and race and identity and all that stuff, just written into the code. So when they set up this, it was intended for people who were being discriminated against, for the indigenous people and for the Asian people, and they got the French there.
Right. So
they have to take care of the French. They have to have some dedicated system for handling ethics complaints in Canada. And in the modern era, in the post-Obama end of racism era, it's almost exclusively used for like gender stuff right now. And it's essentially because the way that Trudeau passed a law, basically saying that if you identify as a woman, you are a woman, and you have to be treated as a woman. And the ball waxing stuff is gender affirming care. If you want a Brazilian wax, they have to do it because it is something that is crucial to your identity as a woman. A woman has to be able to get a genital wax if they choose. And that
what if you're a guy and you present as a male, you decide you are a male, and you have normal male parts, and then you want to go in and get your balls waxed? Do they have to do it then?
Well, no, they could refer you. See, this is the other issue, is that many of the women that he is pressing ethics complaints against, because he's not suing, he's not pressing criminal complaints. It's weird. He files a whinge, he files a big cry in the system, and the sub-processor kicks it off automatically and essentially does everything for them for free. It is one of the most easily abused court systems in the entire world right now, because all you have to do is whinge.
Yeah, but I mean, so he whinged about people doing Brazilian wax jobs on women, and then saying, well, that if a male to female trans wants to
can't do it on you. The technical process of waxing around a vagina is technically different than waxing around a penis and balls.
But I mean, isn't that just the punishment? Like, shouldn't that just be the punishment that they get it done wrong?
Well, that's what some people say. There's a very funny, like, feminist Dutch woman who says, you know how if he really wants his penis and balls waxed, I say put the wax on and rip it off. And it's like they make jokes like that because that's how it's done. And it's like the joke is rip off his balls with the wax, because it would be extraordinarily painful to get it done that way. It would be not what you want. And honestly, Yaniv probably never wanted his balls waxed. I'm sure his balls are extremely hairy. They've never been manicured in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. And he likes it that way because it's all about being a weirdo and not about being a woman. And the whole point was just, it was like with the gay cake thing. They shopped around trying to find a store that would refuse them, and then filed the charge, the tort against them after that. Right. And the same thing, he called around looking for women that would refuse him for any reason, even very legitimate reasons. And then he went to the courts, and the courts kicked off like 16 different ethics complaints at once. And for a while, anytime they lawyered up, they put the money down to lawyer up, he would immediately drop the complaint. And it happened 5 times before the court said, no, you have to stick with this one. You can't drop the complaint every time they defend themselves. And some of the women went out of business and shit. The very first customer that one woman had, she was going to do it out of her home with her kids there just to make money. Very first customer she got for her business was Yaniv, who immediately filed this ethics complaint against her, and she just immediately shut down. It's like, I'm not putting up with this shit.
I have something really important to address with you.
Go for it.
When and why did you start using the term whinge?
I like it. Are you going to say that's a British thing?
No,
know
I
what you're
mean
thinking.
someone else might do that. I'm just curious because it's such a. I mean, the only people I ever saw saying whinge were Canadian, so I inherently rejected it.
It is an Anglophile word. I will not deny. I borrow their language a lot. I like to say nonce. Nonce is a funny word. I still think.
I thought isn't nonce like a pedo?
Yeah.
And don't you hate that the British talk about pedos? What's wrong with you?
Well, if I'm making fun of a British pedophile, I'm gonna call him a nonce. That's just how it is. But no, I like the word whinge because it sounds like what it is. When somebody when they cringe and they're cringing because they're so complainy and whiny, they're whinging. And when you hear the word whinge, you think of someone crumpling up like a piece of paper because they're offended by something. They're whining about it.
I think of a West Nile riddled lung being squeezed and having the air coming out. That's what I think of it as.
That's pretty good too.
Yeah. Yeah. Very weird. Very weird. Okay, so we keep getting off track here, and that's fine, but I'm trying to just make sure we circle back.
Because you're whinging about my word choice.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we keep circling back to the main discussion. So we believe there's a weapons charge against Yaniv, but it's not confirmed, and that's probably because if Canada is like most U.S. states have decided to take pending criminal charges off of their database searches right now. So like in Minnesota, if you want to look for a criminal case that is ongoing against someone, you have to go into the courthouse and use their computers to look. Whereas with everything else, you can look at what's already out there.
Or even the booking information is public and stuff, right?
It's getting less public because what they're finding out is that employers are searching, searching for people who have been charged with stuff, even if they're not convicted yet, or even if the charges are dismissed. So they're trying to make that less and less accessible, so that it would have less impact on your job, or getting
the issue with that though. I have with that is if it's not public, they can just abduct you. It's from your home, and nobody will know.
It's public. You just have to go into the courthouse and use their crappy computers.
No, because it's like, if I would want that. If I get arrested, I want everyone in the world to know. I'm just saying. I want everyone to know that I was arrested.
I agree for that purpose, but I'm just saying that's what they're trying to do. So it's still.
I understand the argument. It's just that I don't think it's worth it. Like the risk and reward.
And I'm not a proponent of it either, because sometimes I need to look up what's going on with a particular person. Like if I have a client,
then you have to drive to the fucking courthouse and find it.
Right, and it's a pain. It's a pain. So yeah.
And they got business hours and shit that's like 5 hours every weekday and not on weekends. Yeah, that's awful. That's abysmal for a lawyer.
Right. And the most annoying thing is when you get there, it's an online system too. So it's not like it's not like it's walled behind some special thing or like don't worry, you'll be able to pay $200 a year for privileged access to this computer system. I wish I could, but you can't even do that. They will eventually. That's how it is in some systems, some states. That's how it is for the property system here in Minnesota. Like they have online property records that you can access for the low price of. They start at $50 a month, and that gets you something like. It's like 15 minutes of search time. But if you want unlimited access, you can get that for the low fee of $500 a month. A month? Fuck off. A month. $500. And you can also, of course, you can search for free if you go into the county and use their system. They're 1998 computers that take literal hours to look through this. Just make it public, man. Just make it public. Because everyone has an interest in knowing who's been arrested. Well, and I know it sucks that somebody, you get arrested and you're not charged and it ruins your life and shit. But that's an issue that we're going to have to come to terms with anyways regarding like
negative smears. Like, we're going to get into a point in the near future, the very near future, where every single person in this country has negative things about them on the internet. And we're going to be forced with the dichotomy of not hiring anyone or just being egalitarian and hiring the right person for the job, regardless of their background.
Well, that's something I kind of wanted to talk to you about too. Because in the course of this Kick Vic and Stand With Vic, the Vic Mignogna stuff, right? Several people's docs have popped up on Kiwi Farms, which is just a function of free speech, right? And what's interesting is that so many of these people hide behind some anonymous handle, and then make moral proclamations about what is right and good, and then the second that anonymous handle is quote unquote cracked, you find out that, man, so many of these people suffer from the exact same moral wrongs that they accuse other people of. And
never trust anyone who claims to be a moral arbiter. I've noticed that the people who think that they're morally righteous are usually the worst people in the world. There's no one worse than someone who thinks they have the high ground. They never do. Yeah, I have only been able to trust people who think that they're bad. That's my philosophy with people, because it's just and, you know, with the Yaniv thing, I've gotten people on the site who are like talking about how we need to do something. We need to do like vigilante justice against Yaniv. And when you ban them, they're like, the Kiwi Farm, they're on Twitter saying, oh, the Kiwi Farm has banned me for being too extreme. Well, I'm sorry that hunting down a pedophile is too extreme, but I don't think that there's any extreme with dealing with pedophiles. And it's like, then kill them. Go up there and kill them. Just don't post about it on my fucking site. I don't want you being a crazy person on my site. And when you say that, they get like, oh, are you defending them? Are you defending them? Are you a pedophile? Are you defending this person? Like, no, I just don't want your crazy fucking psychotic ass on my site. And all these pretend Chris Hansons and shit trying to do their sting operations and they're gay ops, and it's like, just stop. You're embarrassing, and you're not a moral person. You're not a Black Knight. You're just a retard.
Oh, if I ever meet you in person, there will be a stool waiting, and I will say, why don't you have a seat over here? Just for fun.
Is that so you can pour me a drink? Ooh, I found a whiskey museum near me. I'm gonna ask them for a quintessential Slavic whiskey, and hopefully they will be able to provide. Because from what I found, they don't actually do. I don't know what you call it. Like, there's a special word, something spirits, where they use barrels and fancy stuff to make it taste good over years.
Aged. It's just
aged spirits. Yeah. You know. There's something yeah, they don't bother that aging stuff. They just distill that shit down to its essence and chug it.
Yeah, that's great. I bought some.
Why wait?
I bought some Minnesota whiskey the other day, and it was aged for 1 minute in a used barrel. And that's I think that's because in the US to legally call it whiskey, it has to age. Now, to call it bourbon, I believe it has to age a minimum of 3 years or something like that. But to call it whiskey, it has to age for some amount of time. So they put it in a barrel for 1 minute and then it's aged. But it's clear, and it tastes like whatever grain they use to make it. It's like rye, wheat, and corn. You can taste the corn very prominently. That takes some of the bite off. It was good stuff, man, but it was harsh as hell.
I've been told good things about a Armenian whiskey as well.
Oh, so please tell me it's called the George Malt or something. God, that'd be fun.
The George Malt.
Have you seen him?
That would be a shitty whiskey, and it would be half empty.
Have you seen him going nuts lately?
Yes. No, I can't say, I don't want to be too loud about that. I've reached out to him. I said, look, dude, I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you about your issues with Dick. I want to hear the entire story, because here's the funny thing. We live in this era now where you got your Cohens, you got your Yanivs, you got your Doucettes, you got all these people who can't shut the fuck up. But then you have Maddox who hasn't opened his mouth in 2 years.
I know. I desperately want to talk to him. I still like Maddox. He thinks I hate him, but I don't. He hates me. But
It's like
man,
I just want to talk to you, man, because I have to fucking know what the fuck. That's it. I just say whatever you want. I will give you a fair platform. I don't have a bone to pick. I don't have the vocal cords to yell. I just want to know what the fuck. And he hasn't responded, and I don't know if he will. I've tried like I have mutual friends with Maddox, and I'm like, can you please? And they've done it, but
Maddox, you don't have to come on my show. Talk to Null, man. Please talk to somebody. I've been begging you. This is what bothered me. You know what would have been the ideal outcome of all of this? Without the lawsuit. The ideal outcome is when Dick started talking about what happened, Maddox told his side of the story, and they had themselves a nice drama-filled internet spurred fight. Like that would have been great. They would have both made money off of it. They both would have probably preserved fan bases.
Yeah.
And Maddox wouldn't look like such a fool, and he wouldn't be gone. Like effectively, I'm gonna catch him on Twitch just for spite. I'm gonna catch his follower count on Twitch as soon as possible. But it's just like that's what I wanted. I wanted Maddox's side of the story. I hoped beyond hope that at some point he would talk to me about it, and I would definitely give him a fair shake. Because I realized this going through the lawsuit in real time. I realized at some point that while Maddox was being stupid, he was just being stupid because he was hurt, right? And that I think the real bad guy of that story is Kevin Landau, who I think definitely took advantage of Maddox, took a ton of his money, and I think he acted in a completely unethical and disgusting way. And he has a pattern of doing it as far as I can tell, because he's done it to several other people. And it's all recorded in court documents. And I think it sucks that it happened to Maddox. I really, really genuinely want I want to talk to him, or him to talk to somebody, because I think he got boned.
Well, Dick has even said that if Maddox wanted to do like a monthly thing with him to get started again, he would do it. And I don't know. I think he has a lot of pride. He has like mental barriers, and because he's a very principled person, his principles are weird. They're all over the place, but he's very consistent. He's a very consistent person, and I think that he has a barrier, and that he thinks talking to people, taking advice, admitting any sort of loss in regards to this is because it might even be like a sunk cost fallacy. Like if he admits that it's fucked up and he lost it, it's over, and all that money, all that effort, all that time is just gone forever. Like it is, but it's not until he acts as if that is the case does it really affect him,
He brought the sunk cost fallacy in as a problem on The Biggest Problem in the Universe. He did. It's so funny.
It's a gambler's fallacy. He's suffering from a gambler's fallacy, and all he has to say is yeah, I lost. And you know how much he hated losing to Dick. You listen to it. It's, I don't know. It's just a mess. And it's like he's gotten loud recently. Like for people who don't know, Maddox has broken silence. He has avoided talking about Dick Masterson for like 2+ years now. He's been quiet on everything with very few outbursts. But after which one was the shooting that was there was a shooting by like a radical Dayton. Liberal and then
the liberal guy was Dayton. The guy in El Paso, I think, right?
Yeah, who was that?
He was the conservative one.
Was he the one with the rape list? Who posted on 8chan?
God, I don't remember which one had the rape list. But either way, one of them had a rape list.
One of them had a rape list, and they posted on 8chan. And as soon as that happened, Maddox brought up the fact that way back when this first started, there was a either unofficial or official 8ch.net/The Dick Show. And the anonymous users on that board had made a threads called like sluts you want to fuck or something, or you want to rape.
It was cum dumpsters you wouldn't be sad to see, Or no, that you would be glad if they got raped and left left for dead or something like that.
And
I mean, it was
like,
pretty brutally titled.
it was what's the word when it's like
it was Dayton, Ohio had the rape list, by the way.
Okay, Dayton.
Yeah.
So anyway, Maddox has said when they parted ways that this was why, that Dick was a misogynist. The author of Men Are Better Than Women is a misogynist who holds misogynistic views, and he cited the rape list, which was made by the anonymous users on 8chan. It's like, I don't want to have anything to do with any man whose fans have a rape list. And after this Dayton shooting, he is contacting press saying that the other, who else has a rape list? Dick Masterson. Dick Masterson has a rape list, just like the Dayton guy, and his fans are shooters in the making. And you gotta cover this. And why does Patreon allow this man to make $22,000 a month off their platform when he is exactly like the Dayton shooter with his rape list? And it's a shockingly petty and desperate clawing action at Dick. And it comes out of nowhere after months of silence, and people are like, Maddox, are you sure this is what you want to do? Because this looks foolish. And he's like, I'm done being quiet. I'm done being quiet. I'm going to make Dick wish that I was quiet. I'm going to strike back now. And that's his opening gambit, is trying to get the news to falsely equate Dick Masterson's shitty unofficial 8chan board with its rape list as being something that he personally signed off on.
Yeah, something that he had literally no ability to control. Like, he couldn't do anything about that list if he wanted to, because he didn't make it. And 8chan mods don't take stuff like that down. No, they don't. And I don't know. I just want to know what the fuck. Like, Max, I just want to know why. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Dick is a horrible person, because Dick says stuff that doesn't jive with me. I'm pretty sure you would agree that Dick talks pretty openly that infidelity is just something that men should do and women should expect of men. I don't agree with that at all. I don't think he says that specifically. What he says is, here I am speaking for Dick, but he actually, at least in one podcast, now Dick has an amazing ability to make up a moral position on the spot and decide that it is.
He is a professional, industrial strength devil's advocate.
Yeah, no, but I mean, he will adopt a moral position. Like, for example, I was just on his show on Sunday, and he was talking to that guy, the bagel shop freakout guy, the little short guy, and Dick was saying that he doesn't make fun of men for being short because that's the tool of women to mock men. He doesn't like the whole manlet thing. Yet he had previously made fun of Destiny. Someone brought that up for being short, and he's like, well, whatever. So Dick has the ability to do that, and I think it's part of his charm. But at the same time, so he can make up these moral axioms and then say they're true. But I remember specifically in one episode, he was talking about, not that he said that men should have infidelity or should be unfaithful to someone, but rather that if someone was contemplating being unfaithful, stop being a pussy about it and just do it, or don't do it. One of those two things. Just don't sit on the fence. Just do it, because if it screws up your relationship, you'll get another one, was the idea. But
even that, it's like,
well, and I don't agree with that either. But that's
I swear I've heard him say things to the effect that men should just do it, or whatever. It's just getting your dick sucked, so it doesn't matter. And it's just shit like that where it's like, nah, I don't know. So my whole point was, though, I think that, like, I'm open to the idea. Maybe Dick is horrible. Who fucking knows? I don't know. I've never met the guy. I've had very good experiences with him. He's very supportive, and he seems to have a genuine heart for positive change. He seems to be very, if there is anything that Dick is morally principled about, it's libertarian views, which I share with him. And, like, I don't know, but I'm open to the idea that things could be not what they seem, as is with everyone.
Sure. Yeah,
because everyone has their public face and their private face. And I don't know, I just want to just want to have a conversation with the guy. No structure, like maybe chronologically take it from as far back as he can remember. How'd you meet? How'd you get there? How'd you do this? What happened with this? Is this true? And just hear his side of the story, because he has never given it ever in any context. And the stories we do have come from Landau, which are fiction to all parties. There's shit that he's conjured. So, it is an unwritten story. And I've heard from people who met Maddox at Comic-Con, he's very forthright with lawsuit stuff. When you ask him about it in person, he'll be happy to show you litigation and happy to shit talk Landau and say that Landau said that this was a good idea and he didn't want to, and he didn't want to do this, but he was compelled to. And it's just he has a story, and for some reason the writer who has made his entire career about telling, being devil's advocate himself and telling stories, doesn't want to talk. And it baffles me. Why would you? If there's one thing I've learned hosting the forum and experiencing what I've experienced, is that if you are the legitimate victim of something, you should scream as loud as possible. It does you no good. I hosted the forum, and I had that philosophy of self-determination and self-reliance of I'm not gonna try to get on any of these other platforms. I'm just gonna focus on myself. And it didn't work. It had no impact. And I was allowed to be attacked by one lunatic from England for 3 years. And then I reach out and I talk to Dick, and I start doing podcast stuff. I start talking to other people who have influence, and he goes silent because he knows now he can't bully those other people into submission. And if he tried, they would light his ass up.
Yeah.
And in every problem that I've had that I couldn't deal with myself adequately, yelling very loudly and thrashing and making a ruckus and being the squeaky wheel has worked. So I just don't understand why he refuses to talk or talk to anybody.
Maddox is wildly consistent, except here. And it's the weirdest thing in the world. Like, well, I say he's wildly consistent. All of his entire, the whole reason his website existed was him calling out what he perceived to be a problem, right? Like, that was the whole premise of the best page in the universe, were these snarky takes on social ills, or even very small level, like very even petty commercial ills with specific people or groups or whatever. But it was always like, just get it out there and let people see it. And he'd give his unique sort of perspective on it. And then when one of the biggest problems in his entire life comes up, that's literally his career just careening at full speed into the dirt, and he shuts up. And
he doesn't want to talk about it.
And shut up.
That's the biggest story of your entire career, is this lawsuit. It's the biggest thing that's ever happened to you. And he's not even attempted to parlay that into anything productive for him. It's almost like he's ashamed of it.
Yeah. It's he should be. But to some respect, although I really do think he was a victim of Kevin Landau. Rick Nikita says, breaking news, man impregnates themselves, woman now obsolete. Dustin Fritzfar says, who I've always called Dustin Fitzfar. I've never read that correctly until he pointed it out yesterday. Dustin Fritzfar says, sorry for being a few minutes behind the stream, but prisons better get trans sorted out before forced prison babies happen. Yeah, that's a mess. Blaine 20 says, Ricada Farms dox-splaining the interwebs fueled by whiskey and hummus. Oh my goodness. Okay, we should probably, before I guess while the night is still young, we should probably get into this ESA stuff. So the ESA, what's their acronym stand for?
Electronic Software Association, I'm pretty sure.
It's that,
or Entertainment Software Association.
Okay, that's a little bit better. So this is a huge organization, though, because
it is a multinational organization. I'll read you their email that they sent me, actually, because it's obvious. It's an obvious attempt to scare me. Their intro, because it has nothing to do with with the actual complaint. We are writing on behalf of the Entertainment Software Association, ESA, a U.S. trade association that represents the interests of leading publisher of interactive games for video game consoles, personal computers, handheld devices, and the internet. ESA member companies include, but are not limited to, 505 Games, Activision Publishing, Bethesda Softworks, Blizzard Entertainment, Capcom USA, Electronic Arts, Epic Games, Konami Digital, Microsoft, Bandai Namco Games of America, Interactive Entertainment, Square Enix, Take-Two Interactive, and Ubisoft Entertainment. We are authorized to act on behalf of the ESA members identified above to protect their intellectual property rights in their works when such works are subject to infringement. So it's a list of the biggest names possible. It's a comprehensive list of the biggest people you don't want to fuck with in the video game industry put together, and then they authoritatively say that we are enabled and authorized by these organizations to represent their intellectual property interests. So they are a iron fist of every intellectual property interest in the video game industry collectively.
Listen,
and that's their opening paragraph in this email.
Here's a list of multi-billion-dollar companies that
are very angry with you right now.
That make all of the stuff that you like in this world, and we don't like you. I love it.
Yeah. And I'll just read it because I explained vaguely what the leak was.
I loved their DMCA request.
Yeah, I'll get to that.
Yeah.
The second paragraph: certain material available on or through the website at kiwifarms.net infringes copyrights owned by ESA and violates ESA's terms of service. So not even all those big names.
What terms of service did you violate? Like, what did you agree to?
I think their website terms of service,
right,
or something.
But did you agree to their website terms of service?
Opening their website, I agreed to their terms of service. Apparently,
I find it hard to imagine. Did you even go to their website?
No, I got it from an archive. I didn't even go to the ESA website ever.
Oh, that's a shame.
I think I did it to check if it was still up at some point, but it wasn't.
Did you actually click an agree button when you went to their website? Oh yeah, that contract's going to really help them out in this instance.
And constitutes the unauthorized distribution and display of the content. This notice is provided pursuant to the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, 17 USC, subsection 512. ESA requests that certain content on the website kiwifarms.net be removed and or disabled. This website provides access to unauthorized copies ESAs. That's a typo. There should be an of there. This website provides access to unauthorized copies, ESAs, copyright protected works in violation of ESA's exclusive rights. The unauthorized infringing material is located at the following webpage, and that's a link to the Electronic Software Association ESA leak the docs of every journalist registered for E3.
Do they ever specifically say what content is unauthorized?
No. They just want the thread deleted, I guess.
They just filed a fraudulent DMCA then, right? Because don't they have to?
Yeah, they didn't list the file. I think. Well, the actual XLS is like hard embedded into the post as a table.
Is there anything else in that post other than the XLS?
Yeah, it's me explaining what happened.
Yeah, then what are they going to do? Because they didn't identify
with that. Because I have my response.
Oh yeah. Sorry. I'm jumping ahead of myself because I'm excited.
I want to point out, by the way, that their email is theesa.com. and when you read, it's notice at theesa.com, but when you read that, it reads THESA. I'm like, what the fuck is THESA when I get this email? But
you're great when it's the something. Well, one of my store managers when I worked at Circuit City was a guy named Chad, and he was not. Before the jokes come in, this guy was the antithesis of Chad, but he literally referred to himself as the Chad, and this is before Chad and Virgin memes existed by probably 15, 16 years. So he was just my name. It'd be like me calling I'm the Nick. Oh my god!
I think a lot of people call you the Nick something.
Well, hopefully it's always preceded by something nice. Sorry, go on. Thesis.
I have a good faith belief that the use of the copyrighted materials described above is not authorized by the copyright owner, its agent, or the law. I hereby state that the information herein is accurate, and under penalty of perjury, we are authorized to act on behalf of ESA's member companies which own or control exclusive rights under federal law that are being infringed in the manner described herein. We would appreciate your expeditious removal of all infringing content. If you have any questions regarding this, you may contact ESA at... They don't use the indefinite article "the" preceding any of their acronyms in the post, but when it gets to the fucking website, it's notice at thesa.com. Whatever. Thank you for your cooperation and prompt response to this matter. This letter is not intended to and shall not waive or prejudice any rights or remedies that ESA nor its members may have in law, its equity, or otherwise under all such rights or remedies, especially reserved. Sincerely, IP and Protection and Security Entertainment Software Association. And my response to this: hello. Names.
Hello.
Names and hello, monstrous international company representing, or trade association representing every company ever made, apparently. Names and addresses are public domain. If you're claiming the Excel file is copyrighted, even that is questionable and would fall under fair use anyways, as the threat is a scathing mockery of your organization's total incompetence. Regardless, data and facts cannot be copyrighted, and the actual information is simply not yours to assert ownership of. I would be very interested to see if the Copyright Office would even grant you the registration number you need to sue for this. I believe in good faith that you do not own the article in contest. Send servicing to the following. Regards, Joshua Moon.
Nice. Well done.
And that was the first time I've ever said in response to a copyright complaint, you don't own this. I've never had to say that before. Usually it's at least the person who owns the content, and it's an obvious fair use or an edit or something. This is the first time I've ever gotten a complaint for something that ostensibly cannot be owned by anyone, which is just an Excel sheet of names and addresses.
I think what they would try and argue is that they own the work product of collating those names and addresses, but that's not even true because those names and addresses
to them.
Yeah, well, and even so, it was. I would imagine it was gathered incidental to actual work product. Like they've just aggregate, or they. It's not like they went out and were like, we want to gather this specific names and addresses. Like we want to do this docs. That's not what they wanted to do, right? They just happened to gather that data as part of data collection on entrance, like submitting that data to them willfully. This is not work product that they've gone out to create.
Somebody actually linked me to this after I submitted this. It's in the thread somewhere if I really wanted to find it. But there was a existing copyright dispute that got to a high court. And the complaint was between two phone book companies. And the allegation was that phone book A just stole names and addresses and content from phone book B and published it. And the finding was that they couldn't claim that because names and addresses are public information.
Right.
So, I mean, if they tried, I mean, you talk about Akiva Cohen, IP lawyer, losing to pro se litigant Joshua Moon being embarrassing. That would be humiliating. If massive multinational trade associates, that would ruin their entire business if they tried that and they lost to me. That would like destroy a multinational organization. So they should. I think I could do it. I got faith. I'm the lightweight champion of the world. I got this.
If they sue you, I would almost recommend getting a real lawyer, mainly because someone who would just kick their ass on punitive damages. Like maybe even wait until you win and then hire an expert in damages to come, because the thought of an organization supported by several multi-billion-dollar multinational corporations bearing down on poor little old you, I mean, the punitive damages on that would be off the charts if they're allowed. I don't know if they're allowed in copyright action.
What you're saying is money, right? You're saying money?
like stupid amounts of money.
Ooh, I
Stupid
like
amounts
money.
of money.
I have to build a fucking tier 1 data center in goddamn Albuquerque and lay cables to China at some point to free my internet, homies. So I gotta get that money so I can lay the cables.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's like the Oberlin College thing, right? So you've got this giant college, and you've got this little bakery. I mean, little bakery that's been there for 130 years and is a staple of the community type thing. But still, it's just a bakery, and then you've got this college with a several $100 million endowment fund, right? And the college is this big organization. And it flexes on this little company, and so they win their defamation suit, and then the punitive damages that the jury awarded were higher, I think, even than the statute allows, because they're so pissed off.
Really?
Yeah.
Did they even challenge? Wow, that's crazy.
Well, I mean, they'll those types of things will get mitigated. They're on appeal now, and those, assuming they preserve the victory, they'd be pared back to the statutory limit. But I believe they awarded them triple. I think they awarded them triple, but technically you get your original damages award plus 2 times more. So it ends up being triple, and what they awarded ended up being quadruple or something like that. But I mean, they hate that. They hate when people, like, because this is the jury of your peers thing, right? Normal people hate when someone with massive amounts of money and power go after some schlub, right? They hate it because it's not fair or just, especially when they do it and it's unreasonable. Now, if they have a just...
It sort of reminds me of like a Dungeons and Dragons type thing where it's like, okay, roll 20 on the lawsuit outcome. Natural one. Okay, that's a critical failure. You have to pay quadruple damages.
Yeah. Now, I don't know what the remedies are under copyright. I know when someone files a false claim or whatever under DMCA, at least in the Ninth Circuit, you can get your attorney's fees paid if they don't do a proper fair use analysis. You get your attorney's fees paid.
Yeah, that's case law. Is if you didn't consider fair use, but I mean, I don't know if this even constitutes fair use.
But that's only,
literally, you don't own it. That's
only authoritative in the Ninth Circuit. That's not a Supreme Court decision. That's Lenz versus Universal Media Group. So you can use it as the problem is most of those.
Well, they're out of Massachusetts, so they're on the ninth.
Right. But you could use it as informative or persuasive. It just wouldn't be. Yeah. It wouldn't be. This happened here, so it definitely works.
You can do that with
me.
anything, can't you? Like if it's such a weird case that you have to go back to like laws before the U.S. existed, and you have to look at things that happened in like England before the U.S. was formed. Like that happens sometimes. Yeah. If there's so little case law on it, they have to go back all the way.
Oh yeah, it happens. It happens with frequency because courts only hear things every so often. You don't get that type of case, especially in that case, right? The Electronic Freedom Foundation, EFF, Electronic Freedom Foundation, right? Or is it Frontier Foundation? You know who the EFF?
The Electronic.
Is it Frontier Foundation or Freedom Foundation? It's the EFF. I know that
there is Frontier. Hold on, I'm looking this up now. I should know this off the top of my head. The Electronic Frontier Foundation. You're right. Okay. The EFF, by the way, if you have money to burn and you don't want to pay taxes and you want to get some charity dollars in, the EFF.org is a fantastic organization and one of the only nonprofits that I would actually endorse because they in general they know what they're doing and they do a great job at it.
Yeah, they are a worthy organization, and they're the ones who won that case. Actually, it was a woman who uploaded a picture of her kid dancing or whatever, and in the background was some song that he was dancing to, and Universal Media Group had their bot come in and do a hard copy strike on it.
Yeah, fuck these people.
Right, and then they
I hate copyright law so much. That makes me a communist. That shit. It's like these companies should not have unlimited control over their intellectual property in every way, shape, and form, including derivatives, for 90 plus years after the death of the artist. Like it's like ridiculous. We're never going to see a day where Mickey Mouse is not copyrighted in a way that Disney will destroy you over. Except this is why I like being overseas. There's a birthday catering place which uses all Disney characters on the front of their store for like their birthday catering stuff. And I know that this little shitty Ukrainian birthday catering company is not endorsed or licensed by Disney Corporation, but nobody cares. Right. That's great. I like that. In the US, if you dress up as Princess Elsa to do birthday catering, you get fucking cease and desist letters. It's happened.
Yeah.
And it's disgusting. And I hate these people, and I hate what they do, because it makes the entire country less creative and less free.
Right. And now, to get around that sunsetting of their original IP, they've started adding them to the trademarks, right? That's why you have the Steamboat Mickey on the Disney animated logos now.
As opposed to just the Mickey head?
Right, because that is Steamboat Mickey, I think is what he's called, right? The old whistling one or whatever. Because they put that into the trademark, it gives them a new level of protection, because he was about to enter public domain.
The oldest Mickey Mouse is now public domain, but it's not Mickey Mouse entirely. It is specifically the very first cartoons of Mickey Mouse are now public domain. And ironically, the Iranian Mickey Mouse is now dead. Aww. This is irrelevant. Have you seen that?
Steamboat Willie. Steamboat Willie is what he's called.
Steamboat Willie? Why is his name Willie?
I don't know.
Mickey Mouse. Well, I'm glad that's public domain now. That's shit. I don't want to be Steamboat Willie. I want to be Steamboat Mickey.
But the design is the same. I mean, it's still the Mickey Mouse design. You know, if you looked at it, you'd say that's Mickey Mouse. But the point is, they added it to their trademark to give them another level of protection on it, because their copyright expires.
Just to keep it rolling. They'll probably update it like 5 years before it expires, so that people get accustomed to the new one before they change it over.
But what Iranian Mickey Mouse are you talking about?
There is a jihadist Mickey Mouse. It looks exactly like Mickey Mouse. It's like a man in a costume who talks in falsetto in Arabic. It's very funny to listen to. And he talks about jihad and talks about the holy war in Palestine and how Israel's evil. And it's a kids program, but as Mickey Mouse entered public domain, and whatever claim, I guess the copyright claims from the US don't work in Iran because they're under sanction and they don't care.
Yeah.
But as has happened, unfortunately, he died. He was abducted by Israel, and they showed graphically in this Iranian kids show that Farfour was abducted by Israel, and they were trying to get him it was like a stage thing that they were doing for the show. And the Iranian actor or the Israeli actor was saying, like, you have to say that Palestine doesn't exist and it all belongs to Israel, or we're going to kill you. And Mickey Mouse Farfour was like, no, you'll never make me say that. Palestine, Viva Palestine. And then the Israeli guy just took the knife and started stabbing him on the show. And the little Muslim girl in her hijab is watching this and just shaking her head very disappointedly as this happens. And then,
so she wasn't angry. She was just disappointed.
No, she wasn't trying to help him or anything. She was just, very, very mildly disappointed that Farfour allowed himself to die in such a dishonorable way. And then it turns to her and she says something like, we will never forget you, Farfour. You are a martyr for the cause, and we will have revenge on Israel.
Oh my God, that's great. See, every other country gets better children's cartoons than us.
Because they don't respect our bullshit property laws. And we would never have Farfour being stabbed by an Israeli if they had the DMCA in Iran.
Oh man, that's good. Dave A says, hey Nick, wish I could make it to see you at Bubba Fest, but I can't. But I do have a favor. If you're at a table / near the author Peter David, please tell him hi from Dave A in New Mexico. Keep on keeping on. I'll try to remember that. We'll see. Drew Kilborn says, have you ever had Napagu? I don't know how, Napogue? I don't know how to pronounce that. Castle 12 year. No, I have not. My local liquor store started carrying it, and I bought a bottle, but I haven't tried it yet. Also, hi Josh. Good luck reaming the ESA in court.
I'll need it.
Yeah, well, I doubt you will.
No, I nobody ever sues me besides crazy mountain Jews. I don't understand it.
Yeah, with their
give me that good publicity.
Yeah,
look what
no
he did for Dick. Now he makes $22,000 a month. I just need something to be squeaky about.
Can you say what was Farfur? What did she call Farfur?
I see it in chat. I don't know how to pronounce the word. I called him a martyr, but apparently that's not how you pronounce that word.
A martyr. I like it. No, that's how you pronounce the word, and it's perfect. Don't.
You're not going to tell me how it actually is.
I don't know how to pronounce it.
Say it.
I know how I would pronounce it, but this is your truth.
And my truth. Well, Farfur will always be a martyr to me.
Yeah, perfect. So yeah, I assume that you've told ESA no, and that they're going to immediately back down because
they haven't sent a subsequent. I got this email on where the fuck is it? Oh, it's my sent email. This was on the 6th, and it's been 4 days. I've not heard back.
Man, 4 days with billion-dollar lawyers, you'd think they could move a little faster.
Well, especially with this urgent. I mean, it's so. If you Google ESA docs journalist or something, we're like the first result, and you would think with that blatant infringement of their intellectual property, sarcasm quotes in case this gets used in court, that they would be more as they wrote expeditiousness. They would hurry the fuck up.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Don't I wouldn't hold your breath. I think they send those letters because everybody says yes, right?
Oh yeah. That's why they start off with we represent collectively about $8 trillion in capital.
Yeah, we will kill you in every video game. I think that's what's going to happen. Doom
gonna get banned.
Doom 2022 or whatever, when Bethesda makes the next one, we'll actually have a Kiwi farm, and Doom guy will go through and just murder a bunch of cows or whatever. That'll be perfect.
New Zealand doesn't need another shooting. Come on now, Doom. Don't do that.
All the Diablo 4, the cow level, all the cows will just say lol all the time. It'd be like lol 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 lol, just running around.
Did you ever play Diablo 2?
Yeah.
Remember the secret cow level?
Yeah, of course.
Well, they're going moo, 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 moo.
Right, moo, moo.
It'd be like that.
Moo, moo. But it was like the actual lol, 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 lol.
It was actually the developers. Like, it was just the developers saying moo into a microphone, and that was their sound effects for the cows.
Moo. Yeah, they had one in Diablo 3 also. They had a cow level in Diablo 3.
No, they had the pony level.
No, but they eventually added a cow level.
They eventually added the cow level, yeah.
Yeah, it's great. Oh my god. What? Someone says ask Null about Hot Wheels snitching to the cops right now. I don't know what that means.
Oh, I don't know. No, he wasn't snitching to the cops. He was he got media inquiries following the Dayton shooting, and he responded to them, and he basically said that 8chan isn't doing a good enough job of preventing murders, and it should be shut down.
Oh, okay. Weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
Why is it 8chan's job to prevent murders?
Well, we're gonna find out with Jim going to the congressional hearing.
Yeah, is he gonna appear?
Oh yeah, he's already replied saying he's going to appear.
Sweet deal. Is he
gonna
just
fly back to the
troll Congress? Like, what's he gonna do?
I don't know. There are many theories that I have regarding what's going to happen. Because on one hand, Jim is a hot-tempered person who, when I first arrived in the Philippines, my introduction to Jim was he didn't show up to something. And the reason why was because he had, like, the Philippines has the worst traffic in the world. Metropolitan Manila has the worst traffic objectively. Based on like facts and science and shit, the worst traffic in the entire world. And Jim got into he got road rage, He took a crowbar or a bat out of his car and bashed in a Filipino's windshield. And he was going through courts in regards to that when I first arrived. So on one hand, and I've seen him get mad personally, firsthand when talking about Next. So on one hand, I see him as a very hot-tempered person. But on the other hand, I've seen his act in front of the camera. And his act is, he's just this cute little, Filipino pig farmer. And he doesn't know all that much about technology, but he runs a business, and he's just an honest man doing an honest day's work. So I want to be curious if we see Pig Farmer Jim or the violent psychotic Jim. And I don't know which one I want to see more.
You think he'd
Because
come
on one hand, I want him to succeed. On the other hand, I want to see Congress get called names.
You think he'd come on my show? I mean, I'm pretty much like Congress or whatever. I'm like a lawyer or whatever. Some of them are too.
Maybe. If you ask him about me, his opinion is going to be very negative.
Oh, he doesn't like you? That's too bad.
No, you don't know the story of that?
I don't know any of these stories, man. That's why I love talking to you. You know all of the stories.
When for a while, I worked on writing replacement software for HN, and it did not work. I crowdfunded about $12,000 from the community, and I projected that it would be complete in about 6 months. I undershot it, and but in like the 5th month into development, Jim, who had recently required HN that year, heard about this project, and he wanted to talk to me about the software. Now, a big deal about the software was in the prior existing software, there was a lot of licensing issues. So the license I wanted to use is called AGPL, and AGPL is it's called like a herpes of licenses, because if it makes it so that if you run a website, you have to. Is it because
all the college kids have it?
No, it's because if you fork the code, you can't change the license. It's stuck at AGPL. It's contagious. Less restrictive licenses let you change it, so you can go from open source to closed source, for instance, which a lot of companies do. They'll take an open source project and add to it, and then close the source. AGPL doesn't allow that, and it's addition to the GPL license, in that if you take GPL code and run a web service with it, it doesn't count as distributing the code or a binary of the code, so you can close the source de facto with GPL through a web service. With AGPL,
real quick, this isn't Medicare we're talking about. Medicare wouldn't. No, Medicare.
There's 3 gems. There's Jim Medicare Gem. There's Jim. The fuck is it? Watkins, and Watkins, he owns 8chan and 5chan, and then there's Jim Sterling, who's a big fat guy.
Yeah. So
Medicare, I'm talking about Jim Watkins.
I think Medicare technology is at a level barely above me, right? Like, isn't that the? So I don't know if he'd be able to. Maybe he does. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong on that. But everybody calls him a boomer, so I assume he's just as terrible as I am.
In general, the code was supposed to be open source. That was a pitch. I crowdfunded thousands of dollars off the pitch that it would be AGPL. About 5 months in, late into the project, Jim wants to talk to me. So we meet up at a coffee shop, and he says, "Look, I'll pay you $2,000 a month. I'll pay your rent. I'll move you to Makati, which is the nicer area in Manila, and I'll pay for all your stuff, and I'll give you a wage, and you'll work for us. But you have to give me the code, all of it, and it's mine." I said, I can't do that. I legally can't do that. I don't think I can just sell a product under a license and then change it. And Frederick backed me up at the time and said AGPL is a good license. And Watkins had concerns that the code would be less secure if it was public, because people could look for exploits and stuff. And that's not true.
Right,
open source code is more secure because people peer review it.
Right.
So we told him, and he said, "Well, okay, this is a waste of time." And he just stood up and walked the fuck out in the middle of this, and like in minutes. And I laughed, and I said to Frederick, I said, "I have negative charisma. I'm the only one who can walk into a meeting with someone having thousands of dollars a month lined up for him and walk away with literally nothing in a matter of minutes. Like, I hadn't finished my coffee. He left behind a half-finished coffee when he left. And yeah. So he doesn't have a high opinion, especially because afterwards, I was pretty pissy with them, because as far as I'm concerned, that sabotaged the project, because a lot of the mistakes made were made with the fact that I ran into money issues. I was in a foreign country and I was running out of money because people stopped donating as the project went over the projected development time. And it's like, if I had $2,000 a month to bankroll this, I would have easily been able to take my time, take a year if it required a year and get it done. And so I was pretty nasty with Jim, and I made some statements that still get posted around in like giant montage image to this day, saying that he should abandon his company to his son Ron, who's the current maintainer of HN, and go back to farming pigs because he's not good at running companies.
Yeah, so he's probably a big fan of yours then.
Well, that's why I'm curious to see his congressional appearance, because it's either going to be a fucking disaster or he's going to look like the innocent pig farmer, and it'll completely blow their the air out of their sails.
I want someone. I know it's got to be hard to do it, but I really want someone to sit up there, and while some congressman is making a big stand about mass shootings and blah blah, he'd say, "Wait, I'm sorry, but I didn't think it was my job to prevent mass shootings. I thought it was your job." Like, that's what I want someone to say to Congress, right? Like, it's not my job.
Isn't this why I co-signed all my rights away with the Patriot Act, and now I have no privacy expectations whatsoever? Isn't that why I pay you 30% of my income every single year? Every dollar I make is cut in thirds to give to you to fund your wars, so you can make me safer. Right,
and it's literally the only legitimate purpose of government is to protect from enemies, foreign and domestic. Like, that is the quintessential purpose of every government. The idea that the reason we all subscribe to government across the world is because we have this idea that government will at some way. We all choose different ways to do it, but in some way, government will protect us from enemies, foreign and domestic, and that is the number one selling point of gathering together and surrendering some portion of our rights to some overarching, all-powerful entity that will lord over us for the rest of ours and every generation that follows lives, is that they will protect us. That's the one thing we ask for, and they don't do it, and then they blame everybody else. I love it.
They blame the people who are paying taxes and shit. And it's like, I don't know. It's funny how nobody ever really seriously addressed why shootings happen. Nobody ever even talks about it.
This is the weird thing. So, it's an easy talking point that guns are available in the U.S. and that's why there's all the mass shootings. But that's a silly argument, because the rarity of mass shootings precludes the availability as the problem.
Not even that. Like, so few mass shootings happen. That's right. But if you look at it objectively over time, we've always had the Second Amendment. We've had assault rifles since like fully automatic rifles since like the Prohibition era. Yeah. And we since the Prohibition era, the number of mass casualty events in the U.S. as a result of gunfire is almost nothing until like 2012, 2016. And then it skyrockets. And it's like the availability of guns did not change at all. It went down, if anything.
Right. Well, so, I mean, there's only been one mass shooting that involved a fully automatic weapon, and it was the Valentine's Day massacre, which had Thompson machine guns, which is what caused the ATF to be created under the National Firearms Act. Like, that's why we don't have fully automatic weapons.
Can I just say that the ATF has the best acronym of any alphabet soup? It's like the fun stuff. Inc. is
all the fun.
Yeah, all the fun.
yeah. But yeah, so like ignoring the availability argument, because it's not persuasive with such a rare and crazy event that a mass shooting is. It's a uniquely American phenomenon, almost entirely American. I mean, they happen elsewhere, but we have a prevalence for them that goes beyond anything else. And the motive behind them is, because there's different types of mass shootings, right? There's mass shootings where you're killing like a whole family or a list of enemies. But then there's just the random, right? No apparent political motivation, no apparent against the targets, right? Like, they may have a political motivation, but they're killing people who are unaffiliated with that political motivation.
That's the other thing that bothers me. Is like, why do none of these shooters kill people who grievance them.
Yeah, it's not like they, I hate so-and-so, so I'm going to go kill a group of so-and-sos. Or those happen too, but that's not all of them. So
it's not even the majority.
I put those in separate
the majority
categories.
of these shooters are like gang violence.
Right.
Like if you look at the roster of people arrested for shooting events that involve 3 or more people, which is the definition of mass shooting.
Yeah.
The majority of the faces are people in gangs.
Right.
And then the angry white men who are just killing randoms is like 1 or 2 a year. And it makes you wonder, well, why don't they ever, if they're actually terrorists, why don't they ever kill people responsible for inflicting duress on them? Like, people are saying, well, if you ban 8chan, then they're going to shoot up like tech companies. Like, based on what? Based on what do you say that? Because never has anyone ever accurately attacked any institution, be it government or private, that has grievance them. It seems, I don't know. I get conspiratorial when I think about it, because it's like you have politically opportunistic people who, like, for rivals, like as if they only want to help the establishment make the case for taking guns, just taking up guns and shooting completely irrelevant targets for fun.
Yeah, when guys, just to clarify, I'm not saying that Americans are bad or that there's something uniquely American about this. I'm saying that what people say is uniquely American about these mass shootings is the availability of guns. And the Second Amendment, right? Like that our freedom is somehow the cause of it. And I don't think that's true. I think if we get to the root of what you were saying earlier about when these things started to become more and more prevalent, I think it has a lot to do with overall socioeconomic prosperity. Like I don't know the relationship to it, but
okay, people are bringing up Nassim. Nassim shot up YouTube, and I believe the reason why, well, she did it over AdSense. The only person who got injured at that YouTube shooting was her, because they had armed security who just shot her dead.
I thought she shot herself and didn't die from it or something, but either that was a joke. But the reason I'm talking about this is because I think the U.S. has reached a point of prosperity that is so widespread for even the poorest of U.S. citizens has so much going for them relative to the rest of the world that it's a unique point in history, right? Like there's never been a situation like you have in the U.S. as far as what the average person has available at their disposal. The amount of comfort that they have, the ability to mitigate woes from the environment and stuff. It's at a place where it's never even been close. And I think that might have something to do with it. I don't know. It's weird though, right? Like the shooting thing is so, you can't pin it down. And what is it that causes them at such frequent, because even 1 or 2 a year, I mean, that's still high frequency for these types of events. It's interesting. I wish there was
a lot
more
of it is well, they're never, I mean, I think they know the answer and they don't care.
That's my thought. What do you think the answer is?
I think that a lot of people in the US, myself included, I don't see any hope for America. I think America is on the decline and it will die. I predict a civil war. The people in the US don't seem to like each other. They don't seem to respect each other. There is such a cultural distinction between different states, and the political divide just continues to deepen more and more. Like every day, it feels like people hate each other in the US, to the point where it is like Yugoslavia, where you have like in California, in that area, it is distinctly like Mexican. It is a Latino culture. And then the Pacific Northwest is different from the hardcore libertarians in the dead center of the country versus the conservative Baptists of the south of the country versus the Cubans in the south of Florida versus the New Englanders. It's like people really, really, really hate each other. And you have, I don't know if, like, from what I understand, every single person who shot up anything in the last few years has been heavily medicated on stuff.
Right.
So you have heavily medicated, depressed people who hate everyone around them, and something just snaps, and they're like, and it's part of the fame thing. Because when we had a similar situation in the 70s where we had spree killer or serial killers. There was a huge thing with serial killers, and it was the biggest story. And every time a serial killer cropped up, the media went apeshit over it, and to the point where the serial killers would play games with the media directly because it was entertainment to them. And the FBI said, stop it. Stop publishing these serial killers manifestos. Stop playing the game. Stop looking at the guy's note and trying to crack the code. Stop it. You're encouraging people to be horrible, sadistic monsters, keeping people alive and torturing them in the back of trucks for months at a time. You're complicit in this. Stop it. And it stopped. And there's still serial killers active in the U.S., but you don't ever hear about it because the media is essentially prohibited from doing so. But now, somebody shoots up something, it's too big to ignore. You can't just say stop encouraging this by promoting it, because it's like, how do you ignore the fact that 20 people got laid out in a bar? You just can't. And then it goes to the internet and it goes to Wikipedia. They get Wikipedia is, I think, changed its protocol. I've noticed this. They used to do a full biography of the shooter. Now it's the event. It's like a shooting description of the event, and the shooter gets like a perpetrator subtitle area as opposed to their own full page. Yeah. So, I think I determined this when I was in high school. It's like, you can work really hard. You can bust your ass your entire life to win a Nobel Peace Prize, or to become a famous entrepreneur, or to become a politician, or you can kill a bunch of people. Either of those options will cement the fact that you existed, if only for a brief period of time, into the history books. And all these hopeless, desperate, drugged out motherfuckers with a gun see that their life is meaningless. They'll never accomplish anything. Their country is dying. And if they want to be known, if they want to be anything more than a name on a box, because they're going to get cremated because nobody cares about them enough to bury them, if they want to be anything more than that, they got to kill a bunch of people. And I don't know how you fix that.
This was actually a prominent public argument after the Newtown, Connecticut shootings, right? Like, don't say his name, don't use his name, don't post about him.
That's insufficient. It's not good enough, because you can't do that. You can't convince everyone to block that out in their minds. It's no longer a bottleneck like with the newspapers. How do you stop the entire internet? And a lot of people brought that up with me, like, why are you publishing this guy? You're encouraging it. It's like, because people have a right to know. This guy streamed himself shooting a bunch of people, and I'm not going to let the government cover up what his motivations were, or the live stream footage, because it serves a legitimate purpose. The situation in the U.S. has to change enough where not shooting people is what everyone wants.
Yeah, although I think there's something to the antipsychotic medications you're talking about too. But interestingly, and this is what lawyers do, I think that plays into what I was saying as well. Right? Like, we're so insulated from pain and suffering. Not that people don't have pain and suffering, but look at the efforts we go to try and lift people out. Like, there are people who are legitimately depressed and need certain medications, but then there's a bunch of people who maybe don't, right? Like, they're in a bad spot, or they have.
If I've learned anything, it's that suffering is a legitimate part of life that you should embrace. If you are currently black-pilled,
How very Christian of you.
If you are black-pilled, I have a book suggestion for anyone who is very depressed, who is suicidal, and potentially homicidal. Anybody listening to this who's putting together their rape list as we speak, read The Stranger by Albert Camus, I think is how you pronounce his name.
I thought that was when you sat on your hand long enough that it went numb before rubbing.
No, that's a masturbatory act. The Stranger is a French novel that encapsulates the idea of absurdism. And I read this book very recently, and it felt very much in line with a lot of things that I've held as abstract thoughts, but never really pieced together as a philosophy. The Stranger is about how life doesn't make sense, and that's why it's worth living, because it's funny. My life is funny. If I write the story of my life out, it's like a comedy. It's very strange, and it's worth I don't know. If you're depressed and you're black pilled, you have to. It's like the clown pill. You have to take the clown pill because it's so much funnier.
What's with all the freaking pills, man? I got red pills. I got black pills. I got clown pills.
It's an ideological pill. It's not a.
Sure. This is why people are shooting people. They're taking all these.
Camus, Albert Camus, The Stranger. Read it. Look it up, people.
I feel like Drexel's dad, like all these goddamn pills everywhere. Just
I don't know. I just suggest it because there is a sense of hopelessness, but you really do. I asked you once, like, how the fuck do you like raise kids in a world that is like so abjectly terrible? And your answer was, I don't think about it, which I guess is like the best answer you could possibly give.
Because
just don't think about it.
It's not abjectly terrible for me. I mean, and for most people it isn't. Like, in all honesty, I shouldn't say most people. For the majority of Americans, despite times in their lives that will be bad, it's not objectively terrible.
There is, for people like what's his name? The Isla Vista shooter that Monkey read and got banned for.
Yeah.
Elliot Rogers.
Yeah, Elliot was in a bad spot. He had probably an objectively terrible situation. But I'm saying that. But this is a tiny minority, right?
No, those are the shooters.
I know.
The people. It's not just bad things happen.
You asked
somebody
how
kill
I
people.
could do it, which then implies how other non-shooters could do it, right?
Well, you have to find something to do. You just have to keep busy, I think. That helps.
Oh, that's a huge help. Keep busy. Keeping busy keeps you from a lot of things.
But with Elliot Rogers specifically, you have so many people who are totally and utterly socially isolated, not exposed to other people at all in any way, like barely even their own family, who are just locked away like prisoners. And that's why I think that desperation to be recorded in history comes from. It's like, if you are in that position where your day-to-day, month-to-month human interaction is basically zero, and you know that your life will be irrelevant, you will never, ever have a wife, you will never, ever have children, you'll never, ever have a career that leads to people writing about you in favorable ways, how do you make your life have any meaning whatsoever? And the answer is this weird absolute kind of math, like where how do you evaluate the impact that life has had? And I would say your impact is based on how much you affect other people, and that can be a very positive thing or a very negative thing, but it's an absolute measurement where if it's down or up, it's the same. So if you kill a bunch of people, it's the same as raising a big family. You've affected, your butterfly effect is massive for that. And people, if you want like a red flag system, find these hikikomori motherfuckers who are totally socially inept, don't know how to talk to anybody, to the point where it's like, whenever they ask for girlfriend advice, how do you get a girlfriend? Well, motherfucker, first step is to be outside. You have to like interact with people in some way. If you've allowed yourself to become a prisoner in your own bedroom, you'll never get anything. Never mind a girlfriend.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's a weird rant, but
it's a weird rant. But so I saw the musical Dear Evan Hansen, which was like last year's Tony Award winning. My wife and I go to the theater. We enjoy it quite a bit. So this is the Tony Award winning musical or whatever. It's about a kid. I don't want to spoil it, but then some other kid commits suicide, and this isn't a spoiler. The parents find a note that the note starts off Dear Evan Hansen. It's this note, but Evan had written the note to himself because he's like really neurotic, right? And his therapist had recommended he write letters to himself every day as encouragement, right? Dear Evan Hansen, today is going to be good because of all these good things that are going to happen. So he wrote the note, and then this kid who is kind of just a bully asshole, like an objectively awful person according to the show, stole the letter from him and then killed himself. And so then the parents found that letter and thought that he had written the note. And then Evan, who is neurotic and alone and lonely and incel or whatever, ran with it. He ran with the lie and made up the idea that these two kids were actually friends, that no one knew about it because the one guy had to keep up his hard ass mentality and public image, and he didn't want people to know, but they were actually friends and did all this stuff. And of course, then he goes on this quest to make sure that this kid gets remembered, because everybody hated him, right? Everybody hated the kid who killed himself, and Evan is trying to make sure this kid gets remembered. But of course, Evan is doing this in a self-serving manner because now he's important. And there's this scene where the dead kid is talking to Evan in his mind and saying that, no one deserves to be forgotten, help him remember me. But that's Evan, right? Evan is manifesting this speech to himself. There's this idea that you have to be remembered and you have to do all this stuff, and that's what you're hitting on. And I don't know why that is a thing. Like, I don't know where we got that, because the overwhelming majority of people will never be remembered, right? Like, that's the reality. You and I will be forgotten very quickly. Most people, even people we think are very important now, will be forgotten.
I think it's just we get more time to think, because you think about philosophers and stuff in history, and it's always been well-off people who don't really have to worry about how to feed yourself day to day. Like, you never get philosophers from like a beggar on the street. It's always very entitled people who are well off, and I think it's a manifestation of when you have too much time to think and you have too much time to yourself, and I think the more left to your own devices you are, the crazier you get. It's like an entropy thing. If you're just sitting there and your ideas are bouncing around in your own head, you start, like, it gets crazier and crazier. So I think the whole word, what's the meaning of life, what's the purpose of life, is a thing that is, the more you think about it, the crazier your hypothesis gets. Yeah, and that's why people want to be remembered, because especially people like that who think about it a lot.
Right, and that's, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? Like, we're up there at self-realization because everything else is taken care of. Largely in the Western world, we don't have to worry about, outside of specific instances and a small minority, we don't have to worry about food, shelter, clothing, air. Those things are taken care of, and we get very quickly, even people in poverty, because there's such government safety nets in place to help people take care of those very basic needs. They move very quickly up that ladder, and they're stuck at self-actualization. And I think we actually create a trap where people get stuck in the point where all of those needs do get taken care of, but the idea of self-actualization is to realize that you're the one taking care of those needs. And people get stuck in this place where they know if they move up a little bit, that they'll be barely able, if they are at all, to take care of those needs, right? It's that place just above government poverty where you go off of assistance, but you work as hard as you can and you can barely get, you can't make another inch. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, that's part of the reason why I'm very against social assistance now. I become more and more against it the older I've gotten, because I noticed a lot of the people who are the biggest grievances in my life are people in the UK who are on assistance. And it seems like you give these people basically a free life. They don't have to worry about anything. They live day to day, completely taken care of. And the argument is always, if you give the poor the money, they'll prop themselves up and they'll be contributing members of society. And it never seems like that. It never seems like that's what happens. It seems that people who make use of these services do so to be as big a nuisance as possible, at least in my experience.
Yeah. I mean,
to compliment that is when the biggest changing part of my life was when I was a very, very unhappy person up until I turned about 17 or 18. And at that point, my mom left for California and left me the house for a year. And I had to get a job. In order to feed myself, I had to get a job. And having
I love that you hate the British so much.
when I got my job at a Whataburger in Destin, it dramatically improved my overall health and happiness. I became healthier despite working at fast food because I was doing stuff and I lost a ton of weight. I lost like 50 pounds while working there. And I made friends and I had my first girlfriend and stuff while working there. And it's like day and night, the whole sitting alone, dwelling, working on computer shit shifted gears to being still working on stuff that I enjoyed doing, but having a lot of shit to do day to day that made me happy and kept my mind busy. And I think people should be required to suffer because it engages a part of your brain that is problem solving. And if you're not solving problems, you're dying. Your body and brain are decaying. And so people should have to pull themselves up by the bootstraps because otherwise they're going to shoot up schools.
Now, before anybody gets like too hasty, I'm not dumping on people that are on government assistance or anything like that.
I am.
You can do that all day. I don't. I try really hard not to. I think the system needs to be changed, but I'm not saying that people should be dropped from it or should be ashamed for being on it or needing it. The system is in place, and it's a part of the system that we have. Wanting it eliminated, in my opinion, doesn't necessarily mean that people should not be there, right? So I don't want it to sound like I don't want it to ever sound like I'm saying that people are somehow at fault for their situation. Now, people are at fault for their situation. What? And hold on. No, as a general thing, because I don't know the specific person. You know, some people can lose a job and need help for a while. Some people can do all sorts of things. And this is part of the system that we live in. Now, is there a better system that doesn't have it? Sure, I can envision one, but we don't have that yet. So what I'm saying is, like, if you're one of those people that's on this government assistance or you're in, I've been there. I've been on government assistance before. You know, that's just how it goes. It's a part of life for some people. But the point is, I'm not trying to dump on anybody for what their situation is, because there's so many factors at play. Now, if you tell me what your situation is, I might want to dump on you for where you are. That's a possibility, right? Some people are allergic to making money. Some of my friends are allergic to making money, and I'm like, why are you choosing this path when you have these other paths that would help out you and your family? But that's what they do, right? And so I can make that criticism to them because I know their situation. I just don't want people to generally think that it's like, look at these two guys dumping on people. It's that
I am that. And somebody said in chat, I was watching chat, and the guy said, I work in a town where the average income is $16,000 a year. I work 50 hours a week. I bust my ass, and I need food stamps to get food. The price of food would drop if we didn't get food stamps. The price of food would drop to meet demand, because if all these, I believe that the majority of people in those southern areas do not have the money to buy food at their current price. But
well, in the U.S., like the U.S., what is it? The U.S. spends less percentage of their income on food than any country in the history of the world ever. Any society, it's 6% of average income or whatever goes to food. Like that's how. So, I mean, the cost of food argument is crazy, in my opinion.
Unless you're eating out or unless you're buying shit. Like food stamps, for some reason, the argument is, these poor people should be able to buy luxury goods, luxury food items if they need to. So you can use your food stamps to buy 12 packs of Coke if you want to. And people do frequently use it to just buy up potato chips and shit. And it's like, you know, I would support the existence of food stamps that could only buy produce made in the U.S. I think that's a fair compromise. But people wouldn't want that. They'll say, oh, well, why can't I buy potato chips and Coke and shit like everyone else can? I should be able to buy whatever I want with my food stamps. Yeah. And it's like, no, you really shouldn't, because it's a gift from the American people. And it jacks up prices of shit. And if your job doesn't pay you enough to make ends meet, fuck it, quit, find a different job. I feel bad for the guy. I would fucking hate to have to work 50 hours a week to earn less than sustaining amounts of income. But I would never allow that. I would literally rather do anything else than sit there unhappy with my situation, having to ask the government for handouts to make ends meet. I would do literally anything else, and I can't empathize with that. And I will tell anybody to their face, you should suffer, because suffering builds character. And I don't know, maybe that makes me an asshole, but I am, and I'm sorry.
People are coming after me on the 6% thing. It's not my number, guys. It's 6% of the average income is spent on food. That's just what it is. Now, we have a wide variety of income, so you can certainly come across different numbers for individual situations. But that's not the point. I'm saying it doesn't matter what the percentage is. Okay, let me put that out there. Ignore the 6%. Say it's 50%. If it's 50% today, 100 years ago, it was 80. And in most of the rest of the world, it is higher than that. It's my point is that food in the United States is the lowest percentage of income that it has ever been in any society ever, according to some economist. I don't know. This is the problem with the internet. We get hung up on these details, but I don't know.
People are saying I should be president now. My campaign slogan should be, "I'll feed America without food stamps."
That's the spirit. That didn't work for. Well, I guess it kind of worked for Trump. It didn't really work for Mitt Romney, though, right? Because
was that his thing? He's gonna get rid of food stamps?
It wasn't. But that was a Republican thing. Was that how much food stamp usage went up under Obama? Because it was a massive, and it was because he increased the. He kicked up the limits, right? Like, and allowed more people onto food stamps. And it was a massive increase in food stamp usage.
The thing about the handouts given is like, okay, well, we can't eat and we have families. Not everybody can look for a different job in a different town. Like, number one, yes, you can. You can move and find a different job in a different town. It sucks, but you can do it. What gets me about it is they're saying there's no way to live without the extra money for food stamps on $16,000 a month. People were having babies and raising families in fucking Berlin. Newborn babies were made in Berlin in 1946, in Poland in 1945. The Ukrainians suffered the Holodomor and lost millions of people, and they still had kids, and they still tried they still found ways to feed themselves. I don't subscribe to it. Because, or just go the other way and give everyone the same exact amount of money. Give everyone $1,000, get rid of food stamps, get rid of welfare, get rid of any benefits for number of children. Make every adult in the country gets $1,000 every month. And that's our universal basic income, and get rid of all the other shit. And if you can't make do with what you're given, it's your fault.
Here you guys go. So people are asking me for a source. And this isn't the same source I read before, but here, I'm linking it in the chat. It's from Value Penguin. ValuePenguin.com. I don't know what that is, but here's what they say. So this is food costs as a percentage of average U.S. household budget has decreased dramatically over time. Back in 1900, families spent about 40% of their income on food. By 1950, it was just under 30%. According to the most recent data from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics in 2013, the average American household spends about 10% of its total budget on food. So there you go. That's the average food cost for a U.S. household was $6,602 in 2013. That's roughly $2,641 annually per person, based on the average 2.5 people in each household. The average cost of food per month for the typical American household is about $550. So that's from Bureau of Labor Statistics. Okay, go fight with them if you think your food cost is too high. I'm just saying, like, it's lower than ever by a dramatic amount. We spend a ton of money on other things, though. The cost of housing is a higher. I think it's one of the highest percentages it's ever been, right? The cost of education is massively higher than it's ever been. So, but anyway,
Education. I don't know. I think people should just boycott things like that. I don't. I'm not in a position. I was able to. I mean, people were yelling at me like, "Oh, you asked for money on the internet." That's true, but I did work for myself at one point for a few years, and I did that without a diploma. I think that should just become the norm. Why don't we have trade schools in the U.S.? Is my question.
well, we do.
Do we? I never hear about them.
Well, then you don't listen to Mike Rowe enough.
Well, that's true. No, I think we should just start boycotting these organizations that piss us off and bankrupt them. I mean, they'll never be bankrupt. They're collecting all their insured money forever, but all those people enlisted to get degrees they don't need for shit they don't even want to do.
We all eat instant noodles because of housing. I eat instant noodles because they're delicious. I had some earlier. They were yummy.
I get them because they're easy to make. I have people are bothering me about my luxury. I have one pot, one knife, and one fork, and one spoon, and a plate, and I make do. I get my noodles.
Yeah. Well, we should wrap up. I've got a couple $20 super chats, and then I've got a bunch of smaller ones to read. Let's see. Dave says it is a myth that open source code is more secure because there are many eyes on the source. There has been many security scares in the last decade where an obvious flaw was out in the wild for years, i.e. Heartbleed. Do you have anything to say about that, Josh?
Heartbleed. Sorry, can you read that again? I was reading the angry chat again.
It is a myth that open source code is more secure because there are many eyes on the source. There has been many security scares in the last decade where an obvious flaw was out in the wild for years, i.e. Heartbleed.
Yeah, and nobody exploited it privately.
There you go.
Yeah, no, that's nonsense. Just because one like Heartbleed, it was I'm pretty sure that was a fault with like Intel processors. It had nothing to do with open source code. Unless I'm confusing it with something else.
I don't know enough about it. All I know is that every cybersecurity expert I've talked to, including
it was an OpenSSL. No, okay. First of all, everyone uses OpenSSL. There's no private equivalent to OpenSSL that's actually used. OpenSSL was hidden for a long time. OpenSSL has been around for a long time, and it got found and it got fixed. That's quote erat demonstrandum. It working. It was fixed immediately after it was found.
What I was going to say is, as a licensed cybersecurity law expert that I am, I actually have a piece of paper saying it. As funny as that may be. I am certified in cybersecurity law, but every cybersecurity person, expert, employer, employee that I've ever talked to has stated that open source security is far and away more secure than anything developed privately that is closed, because when an exploit is found, it is fixed. And
immediately by someone who uses it, who has an investment in it that's not in your company.
Right. And this was the problem with Apple encryption, right? Like, didn't their encryption get exploited because there was some sort of backdoor that was coded in? Maybe it wasn't Apple. I don't remember. But the idea is that if you have closed source encryption and there is an exploit that's out there and someone finds it, there's no one out there. Like, they're the person who found it, and they can exploit it.
And there is an army of autistic people who very much so adhere to best practices. And if you do something that's not a best practice, they'll point it out, and they'll often suggest how to fix it, and they'll often do it themselves. Like, it just makes sense to use open source code. And I would seriously doubt the credibility of anybody saying that open source is not beneficial. It is the strongest advocacy for communism I've ever seen.
There you go. So yeah, I don't know if it was Apple, and if it was years ago, but maybe it was something else. I don't remember, but it was a pretty big company. from what I remember from the conversation. Anyway, Blaine20 says, I argue that we do not have the freedom to bear arms because we are shamed to the point that not enough people carry them. An armed society is a nice society. It's polite society is the quote, I believe. An armed society is a nice society. Criminals should fear the people. So should the government. Meshikari. Now we make the government fear us by deepfakes. Meshikiari Roos says, you both make excellent points. No amount of availability of any object, media, etc. causes this problem. An individual does. Look to any Middle Eastern nation. People are literally harming each other over religion for decades. It's an agenda. It's not
even like religion over there. It's all that's political violence. It's different here because these people aren't. I mean, some of them are, but it's more like a fear because there's no sides. Like, you get terrorists fighting for causes and for different cliques and stuff. But in the US, there's no cliques. Nobody's saying Allahu 8chan or whatever.
Allahu 8chan.
Yeah, it's not like
God.
that. It's wanting to inflict mass suffering on people because the people doing it are extraordinarily personally unhappy. And I don't know, maybe if we made people happy, if the mean happiness in the US went up, it would fix some stuff. Because right now, I can't. Are you happy, Nick? Are you a happy person?
It depends on the day, but I have joy. How's that?
On a day-to-day scale, 1 to 10, 10 being jubilation. Where are you at on a day-to-day level?
7 or 8, probably.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, well, things are going great for me right now.
I'd say I'm about 5.5.
See, but that's why I don't like 6. I don't like happiness as a measurement because happiness changes very quickly. That's why I say I have joy.
It's life satisfaction. We'll phrase it like that.
Oh, life satisfaction? Oh man, right now.
We had about a 10, 9 or 10.
Somewhere. I mean, I'm in a place that when I was 20 would never have imagined, right? When I was 20, I couldn't imagine being married. I couldn't imagine having kids or a house or talking to people for money late at night and playing video games for money late at night. Like I could never imagine that. It's never something that entered my mind. So.
I'm about 5 or 6 right now. 2 or 3 years ago, it was like way down. And people are saying that, like the guy at Christ Church, he was a normal person saying that these people will never be happy because they're mentally ill. They'll never be. That's wrong. The Brenton Tarrant was a normal guy. He had girlfriends. He went to the beach and stuff. He was a regular Australian guy, and then he went traveling abroad. And he visited a bunch of countries, and he basically suffered like a rapid onset depression from seeing the Western world. And it inflicted upon him a hatred of Islam and foreigners because he saw how derelict cities looked that had a large increase of Muslim presence there. And I don't know, because he took it out on random people, technically. But it's not arbitrary, and it's not just it's mental illness. These people, like we've always had mentally ill people. They did not shoot up schools. Like maybe once there was a famous one where they shot up a school.
The first,
like an Amish school.
I think the first mass. Oh wait, what are you talking? Are you talking about in the U.S. or?
Yeah, in the U.S., not abroad.
One of the first mass killings in the U.S. was a firebomb, I believe, of a school. And it's one of the worst ones still to date.
There was one where they like shot up. It was a long time ago. They shot up like an Amish school or something, and that's completely separate from. But I'm just saying that it has happened, but it was so infrequent that we still remember who they are to this day. We will never remember Dayton or Dalton, whatever the fuck his name is. We won't remember him in a month from now because it's so passe now. I'm just saying that. Mental illness has always existed. It's not just that. There's something exacerbating it, and the perceived cure from the shooter is infliction of violence.
Let's see. Austin Heartless says, "God, Null's rant about lonely people with bang problems make me feel terrible about myself. Good thing I work 60 hours a week."
Yeah, you're too busy to be sad.
Blaine20 says, "Shout out to drunken burger runs to the Destin Whataburger." There you go. Wait, how do you do a burger run if you're drunk? Walker's,
DUI. It's Florida.
oh, that's true. The big red bear says Europe and Canada have a system as well. In fact, more than the United States. But Canada and Europe have what, 1/7 the gun deaths. It might be even less. Even in overall murders, Canada is 1/3 to 1/4 per capita. Yeah, I mean that's what I was saying personally. Is that there are violence issues in the U.S. that don't compare to other countries, and I don't think the argument's as simple as anyone makes it. The U.S. is a very different place than everywhere else. I mean, if nothing else, here it comes. The demographic argument, the demographic makeup of the United States is vastly different than just about anywhere else in the world. But yeah, so there you go. Obesity Death March says, I'm not a holy person, but I need it. My dad just had a heart attack, a stroke, and a seizure at the same time. Plaque went up the artery to his brain. Please pray for him to recover. I will, man.
You know, that name is very funny for a very unfunny message.
Yeah.
Obesity Death Run is the user.
Well, Death March. We're not running here.
Oh.
The Jeeper X says, Null asked for donations. Government assistance is taking money by threat of force or imprisonment and giving away and charging us extra to do it, but maybe I'm just not nice. There you go.
It's true. I do ask for money. I like money.
Nova Zero says, the issue with Heartbleed is the NSA knew for years and held on to that vulnerability. Why? Take a guess. Responsible disclosure destroys the 0-day market. That's a lot of terms. Look them up.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm sure the NSA has a whole key ring of 0 days. Because, I mean, you have the U.S. government has gotten to the practice of not prosecuting hackers anymore if they agree to work for the feds. Right. So they get all the smart people and they put them in a room. They pay them a lot of money and they make them find stuff like this every day. And I don't know. I just don't think what's the alternative? Having proprietary software running the encryption backbone of the entire internet? Like that's just a monopoly on security, and that company would just get bribed by the government to cooperate with them anyways. So now it's better to have open source and the risk. And the risk of disclosure by a disgruntled employee of exploits is terrifying. Okay, so I'm going over to Justice Chats here. Josh Moon's #1 feeder gal says, where have you been, Joshy Poo? I haven't seen you in my streams this month. Was it something I ate? Look, that Polish sausage from that lawyer guy meant nothing. It's you that I love and adore when you feed me. Please come back to me, Josh. I miss you. And the ironic thing about all these jokes is I like thin women. I don't even, not even like a, well, you can't feed a thin woman? Well, then they wouldn't be thin. I'm just saying that this is defamation, and I should file a class action lawsuit. What's the inverse of a class action lawsuit where one person sues a ton of people as opposed to a ton of people suing one thing? Spurg. I need to file a Spurg action lawsuit against all these people defaming my stellar reputation on the internet. Someone anonymous says, give me those toes, Josh. Anime Moon says, wanted to thank you for the $620 of support we have gotten so far for my wife's teeth, but we still have a bit to go, so any further aid is appreciated. Here's the link reminder. So there you go. It's a GoFundMe.com. Help to get desperately needed dental is the link. I think I showed it on stream yesterday. These Hands says, do not give your money to thoughts. If you're that thirsty, have a glass of water and hydrate yourself. Short Round says, hey, Nick, tell Josh if he wants akivacohen.com to message me. I sent him a DM on the farm. This guy has been very aggressively trying to make me set up a website about Cohen. Just do it yourself. There's already is one. You can go to akivacohen.com right now. Okay, I don't know. I'm not in the mood to instigate something. I like to keep my hands clean. He's just letting you know. You should go there while I finish reading his chat. Bad Police Advice 22. If you carry around a copy of the Constitution, you can claim to be your own representative and thus immune from detainment of traffic laws. Or traffic laws. That's good police advice. Let's see. Feet stream for us, Josh. Says, hypothetical question. If someone would get money to stream a playthrough of all ends in a game and get the money
beforehand but stops midway because he's too salty to continue and refuses to refund the money, would that be a breach of contract? Oh man, I don't know. Probably not. You'd have to have some very express agreement that you were making a contract. That'd be a tough one. That'd be a tough one to win, we'll say. Who did that? Was that you? Or was that me? I don't know. Hey,
What?
if someone would get money to stream a playthrough of all endings in a game and gets the money beforehand, but then stops midway because he's too salty to continue and refuses to refund the money, would that be breach of contract?
It would be, presumably.
Did you do that?
Somebody offered to pay me a lot of money to play Sekiro, and while playing Sekiro, I realized I really hate this fucking game. And he paid out beforehand. He said he would like me to finish it though, so I'll probably get around to it because
you gotta now.
I know I do. It's such a mind-numbingly difficult game, and it's set up in a way that
Thousands upon thousands of people have beaten Sekiro.
So
why can't you coward?
Because I don't get any satisfaction from beating a video game. I don't have that thing where it's like, oh, I beat a hard game. Woo, I really feel good about myself today.
Yeah, but
it's not
someone
like that.
paid you to beat it.
Yes, I know. I will get around to doing it. I promise.
Hated 7 Days to Die says, take that, just got done streaming Alpha 18, now walking lucky and then catching up on your stream. Lord of S'more says, hey, Rackets, you got mentioned in a story online and they did it correctly. Medium.com, Phantom known as Kai. Oh, so this is the new Vic Mignogna article that came out on Medium.com. I haven't read it yet. Hopefully it's good. Boop says, RE Wikipedia, a good example of how stupid and corrupt it has gotten is Alessandra Mussolini's entry. An edit by a loony danger hair from around her spat with Jim Carrey references 4 gossip articles covering it to prove she's far right. So there you go. Are you sure the loony danger hair wasn't Jim Carrey? TLJ Screwjob says, hey, Josh and Nick. So this gets read before Josh leaves. Speaking of copyright BS, my local IHOP was hosting Marvel heroes like Iron Man, Hulk, Thor, and Captain America, but Cap was called, and I'm not kidding, Captain Patriotic Superhero. Lobster Man says most Americans have it okay in general, but it's incredibly easy to get to what Rogers or any other killers did. It's harder to have a regular happy life like you nowadays because of social media and all of this self-serving hedonism. Maybe. I don't know. I just know where I am. Like I can't know how other people got to where they are. Unless they tell me. Snack Sheet says, unless you're famous enough to go down in the history books, everyone will be forgotten within 3 generations. You'll be a vague memory to your grandchildren as they grow up, and their kids won't know you at all. Well, that was uplifting. Darian Morris says, let's get an F for John Kelly's lack of a brain. Lizard King says, Josh is a good boy, no bully for feeding. Oh, I probably should have read that before the stream started. Ordo Null says, late again, no wonder you lose so much. I thought I was on time today. Anthony Barbera says, I don't know why I'm here. Colia Dante says, the name is Jonathan, Jessica, Jonathan, Yaniv. There's a lot of quotation marks there. Andrew War Snowboard says, barbecue pork mac and cheese at Noodles and Company is lame. Yep, that's disgusting, actually. Just eat their regular mac and cheese. It's pretty good. Timothy Reaper says, feed me, Joshua. Feed me all night long. Asphyxiation says, will Null watch a video of Russell Greer eating?
Will I?
Yeah, will you do that?
He doesn't have the ability to like close his lips.
I know.
That's really gross. No,
I bet it's
not.
I bet it's kind of sloppy sounding.
No.
I bet it's like
no. I flinched from my microphone and no, I have to pull off my headset. Fuck off with that. I flinched from my microphone and then the sounds followed me and it was a nightmare. I had to pull off my headset.
Feel Good Always 990 says, Overlord, I don't know why everyone slanders you as a feeder, but I have heard you have an eye bag fetish. Is this true?
Oh, that's based. There's a thought named Allison Rapp, and everyone said that she was really ugly, but I always maintained she was kind of cute. And the main thing that they would say that made her really ugly is that she had extremely large eye bags. Like her bottom eyelid was just extremely puffy all the time, and it made her look extremely tired and old, despite looking very young otherwise.
Weird.
So I get bullied for that as well.
Did you just go up to her with like a syringe and suck the fluid out of her eye bags? Like,
no,
I will fix you.
No, she was a gross person. She was stinky. She looked like she smelled.
Painful buggery says, when I worked in a grocery store, sometimes we'll find tarantulas in the banana bunches delivered. One time I saw someone run over one with a buggy. That's filthy. RJ Zilla says, first super chat. Hey, thanks. Wanted to say thank you. Watching your streams helped me in a rough spot, but I finally got a good job and started making money. Can't see stream tonight, but thank you, Nick. Peace. Hey, thanks, buddy. Peace to you. Tanu Bojangles says, DNS records expires when the time to live value on them are set to expire. Cloudflare likely has their TTL value set to a short time. Ishak Zamani says, Josh, was the Afghan guy helpful?
Oh, yes. I answered him when he asked that to kind of give that context. I work with a router called MikroTik for BGP and low-level networking for the site and the hosting stuff. And it's a smaller brand, so it's harder to find information for it. It's hard to find any information about BGP at all because it's a thing that people did in the 90s, and now the same people managing BGP today are those same people in the 90s who basically pioneered it, and they didn't tell anyone else how this shit works. So if you try to get into networking like that today, you're screwed, and good luck. So I was trying to find this information on how to do something called adding a community to the BGP announcement using MikroTik. Could not find any information on it. And the only guide I could find was by a literal Afghani data center administrator who was talking Arabic. And it was funny because his peers were like in Mosul and Baghdad, and he was setting that all up and recording it. And I was watching this video over and over again to try to figure out how he was setting things up, despite not being able to hear a word of what he was saying. And it did come in handy.
Good. Weird. JR says, CIS student with a crush. What's Josh's tutor rate? Ooh, hey, there you go.
Tutor rate?
Yeah, you tutor someone like computer stuff.
Oh. I don't know. I don't do tutoring. I'm probably not a good teacher.
Tanu Bojangle says, at Evil Bunny explained to me that Cloudflare does more advanced CDN stuff than I initially thought. I'm not as smart as at Evil Bunny, so this is for him. Esme Illis's Anime says, Josh, I like your laugh. Welcome back. Lots of hearts that followed. Queen Nida says, Es ist Süd für Saberung. That's German that I probably butchered, so I don't know what that said. Guns Down in Hale says, Josh, did Drexel help you get a girl yet or what? I guess not. Shark Week says, are you going to debate John Michael Kelly on your show? Why would I debate? I don't even know who this guy is. Why would I debate him? DODDOS Sweden. Dodo Sweden says, Creeper, aw man. Gull. Super Iron Bob says, open source software for security assumes code inspection is the primary way that security bugs are found. This is not the case. The idea that many eyes make all bugs shallow assume many are looking. Open source software's advantage here is illusory. I just heard that people are using it. And so it's more likely that things will be found and shut down. But there you go. Guns Down and Nails says, GoFundMe is a trigger word for hashtag KickVic. Queen Nida says, my husband was turned into a tranny, then left for the one who turned him into one. SMH, I hope she wasn't a Jew too. There you go. Multi Blackman 13 says, Null, used to watch you on Killstream. Great episodes.
Thank you. Bone
Zone says, feed me pizza and Memphis barbecue. Fearless leader Josh. Indie Visualist says, humans vary genetically 4 ways. O, A, B, A, B. Convince people to drop color for type. HIPAA laws protect your medical records. Okay. Leon S. Kennedy says, what do Akiva Cohen and Jessica Yaniv have in common? A penis. Creeper Weirdo says, "Hey Nick, you want to see some funny stuff? Look up Francis E. Deck." Okay.
Francis E. Deck Esquire was a legal attorney.
A
but he
legal
developed,
attorney.
Yes, as in actually certified on the bar. And he developed schizophrenia. And he lost his license to practice law, but he exclusively referred to himself as Francis E. Deck Esquire, even after being disbarred. His rants are some of the most amazing and racist things I've ever read. They are hysterical, and if anybody's interested,
I've read this guy's rants before.
yes, they're very good.
Yeah, I've read.
He has a broken typewriter, so his rants always have replacement keys, like he uses 3 instead of E.
Yeah, I've read at least one of them. It was weird. Howling Warwolf says, question for Null. What do you think is the likelihood that Blue Spike grew up to be a serial killer?
Very low. I think he grew out of it. He posted on the forum sometime later, and he seemed like a normal person.
Gawker's Death Rattle says, Rational Wiki is for those too lefty for Wikipedia. There you go. Alex Moat says, Josh is right. England is the most supremely cuck nation on that cuckold continent.
Hey, they're going to be off the continent soon.
ERB Beta Patch says, Buffalo isn't New England, you dolt, it's Canada. Austin Heartless says, Yellow Flash fans are the Flashers.
Ooh, that's true, because there is a Tim Hortons in Buffalo. There are multiple Tim Hortons, and as far as I know, Tim Hortons is exclusive to Canada. So I'm
gonna say it again. Tim Hortons is a garbage tier donut.
What? Oh, I never got donuts there. I only got I like their breakfast wraps and I like their coffee.
I don't even care about that stuff. The donut shop should never be known for anything other than their donuts. Peter Bowie. What?
I was just gonna say, I went there it was how I got out of bed. I was like, I'm gonna go get myself a wrap. So I even though it's cold as fuck in Buffalo, I would put on my heavy snow clothes and I'd walk uphill both ways to get my wrap.
Now you heard it, guys. Rap is what gets Josh moving. Peter Bowley says Nick and Josh, Buffalo is not in New England, it's in New York. I didn't say it was in New England. Josh did. Ryu Sketches says
I thought it was in Canada.
Well, this is a different guy.
Oh, okay.
Geography is fluid. Ryu Sketches said, like Yaniv. Ryu Sketches, I was wondering if you can cover the issue of Twitch allowing their top creators breaking their terms of service on your channel in the future. Maybe. I get Keemstar on. He's been hitting on that pretty hard. Venomine says, hey, Jersh, does Brave have built-in ad nauseum?
I answered this in chat. No, it does not, but you can run ad nauseum on Brave. I'm doing it right now.
Alistair's Night. Nick, where do I get Road Rage Minnesota tickets? You can get them at Ticketmaster. If you type in Road Rage Minnesota Dick Masterson in Google, it'll find the Ticketmaster link. I linked it earlier, but if anybody else is curious, that's where you get. Lord Rap of Rap Mountain. Ooh, this guy should really get you moving. Says Nick Ricada, official Tard Wrangler. Bad Vibe says opinion of T. Greg Doucette, defamation of Vic on Twitter. I don't care. Greg Doucette's defamation of Vic doesn't cause damage. That's the problem that Greg Doucette has, is no one values his opinion enough for him to actually do harm. GRP Poll says, looking into Yaniv closer, I'm surprised the Hells Angels in Langley haven't taken notice of this.
Didn't Doucette say something about the kiwi farms recently that I saw?
Doucette he tweets literally 200 to 400 times a day, every day.
Is that his job?
No, he's allegedly a practicing attorney.
Oh my God.
Josh, he tweets every 6 minutes that he's awake on average.
I think he was harping really big on Ty Beard. They're really trying to nail an association between me and Ty. I've never even spoken to Ty indirectly through this live stream.
Yeah, they're trying a bunch of stuff because they're stupid.
Mspecs probably hasn't spoken to him either, as far as I know.
I doubt it. I mean, I had UNM on, but that was that.
Independently, I don't know if he wants to give me money for continued use of my $500 a month for access to my public record. I would be more than happy to accept that money.
You should only charge Greg Doucette to access the kiwi farms. I bet he'd pay you, because I think he's secretly fapping to the kiwi farms constantly. He can't keep his eyes off of things that make him sad.
I love my fans. I'll say that.
Ranstein Hernandez says, while taking my drug test a while ago, I saw 7 options on the sex section. Nick, I truly enjoy my life, but I really can't wait to die. Enter the QB says, using wax to rip off balls. Jamie Markey wants to know your location. Blaine20 says, hashtag debate me, bro. Tism Train says, I love you two so much. Hey, thanks. Automata says, Josh Moon, just another dude looking for cash so that he can lay cable.
Exactly.
American dream.
That's my goal. I'm like the Chinaman who built the railway across
dude,
the country.
Asian Americans, please.
Asian American. Well, they weren't even Americans. They're just Chinamen.
It's a Big Lebowski joke, you uncultured swine.
Oh, is it? I've seen that movie, and I make White Russian jokes all the time.
Yeah, Walter.
I should have caught that.
When Jeff Bridges is explaining to what's his name, Walter, that the guys broke in and pissed on his rug and stuff, and he's like the Chinaman did, and he's like, dude, Asian American, please. And then later when he gets pissed off, he's yelling about Chinamen in Vietnam or whatever. God, it was funny. That's a good movie. Blaine20 says, air exists, mass shooters breathe air, just saying. Ooh, good connection. Radio Ruin says, imagine if our girl Nassim had Terrence resources and technical ability. There we go. True American Hero says, the decline of Christianity has given people no reason to fear anything after death. Why shouldn't a suicidal psychopath shoot up a crowd? That's one perspective on afterlife. Henry Aller says, Josh, thoughts on mesh networks. Also love you, Nick. Hey, back at you.
Thoughts on mesh networks. Is that like a word for federated networks? I'm a big fan of federated networks.
Well, there is mesh networks are overlapping synchronized Wi-Fi networks, right? Like when you have multiple Wi-Fi routers or access points that create a mesh that your device allegedly seamlessly moves between. I think
it's either that Fediverses or like onion routing, something that's complicated like that. I don't know. I've never heard the term used practically. I'm sorry if that makes me look like a fool, but I don't have one.
You're like at too high of a math to remember how to add, I think, right now. GRP poll says, read the French version of The Stranger in grade 12. Plot is basically you're screwed either way. Interesting suggestion, Josh. Always cry at funerals.
That's a reference to the book.
Henry Aller says, will anyone truly be forgotten with the internet? Yeah. Signal to noise ratio will bleed out almost everybody. Harrison Morris, except for Greg Doucette because he tweets so much. Harrison Morris says, it's called terror management theory that we seek to immortalize ourselves and deal with the conflict between self-preservation and the realization that death is inevitable. Thunder Thought says, we're victims of our own success at the top of the world. The only thing left to do is destroy ourselves. Satanic Potato says, I can't work. I am disabled and have been deemed a liability. The only hope for me is to become a novelist or some other form of artist. I need government assistance or I will starve to death. That's the problem with the purely ANCAP solution is what happens to the disabled in it. And, there's some good debate over it. Indie Visualist says, to qualify for HUD housing, you sign a statement allowing a landlord to query banks for your wealth, so the poor refuse to have bank accounts. Felix1942 says, Null loves Yang's Wang. Fluffy Side Up says, Styx literally wrote a song about having too much time on your hands and what could happen. Oh.
That's the saying. The devil finds time for idle hands.
Yeah, Idle Hands is a great movie, by the way. Asia Frazier says, I work at a trade school / Job Corps. It's ineffective. And then she follows up with, students are too busy trying to find their next baby mama and daddy than actually learning a trade. Bad students wear down good students into bad students. Dustin Fritz Farr says, to build off Josh's arguments, the compulsion to be seen, remembered, and unique, I feel is the biggest drive for all the weird and dangerous people, including transvestites. Asia Frazier says, trade schools are too busy trying to keep numbers in order to keep government funding, so they keep kids who need to be kicked out instead of those willing to work. Austin Heartless says, if Josh were to join the Navy, would he become Sailor Moon? Yes.
So hold up. Did somebody just say that government funding created more problems and it's fixed? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I can't believe that. That's unbelievable to me.
You won't find disagreement from me either. But
Well, it's like with I had a family member who worked in a hospital, and they've worked in hospitals for many years, and after Obamacare got in, Obamacare gives money based on patient satisfaction of the facility. So they and the number of UTIs, like that's the two big ones, is all patients now wear diapers instead of catheters in U.S. hospitals, because in if they get a UTI, they lose money from the government, a lot of money. So now instead of just wearing a catheter, they make you wear a diaper so they can change you like a baby, because that reduces the chance of getting a UTI, because that's what the government checks for. And they are overly concerned with patient satisfaction over actual medical care, because that also affects how much money they get. So all these grants are bullshit, and they just break what isn't broken.
Asphyxiation says, speaking as Rekieta Law's glorious autism expert, Josh is 100% autistic. Welcome to the tribe, pal. Also, I'm still pissed you doubted me meeting Licklecare and him telling
Like
me
I care.
Yeah, and him telling me about the CWC tribute. He's a nice guy, by the way. Bought me dinner and booze. He's mad that you doubted him. You autism. He called you an autism. Winged Paragon says diversity of races is greater in the UK than US. I don't know that that's true. Commonwealth being part of the EU with free migration, with which none of EUs took advantage of, hence Brexit. Racism exists, but access to weapons to kill. ... DCV Titan says a disabled guy beat Sekiro. Get good. Plane 20 says I got distracted at work, forgot about the stream, bashed John Michael Kelly, and argued about public figure doctrine for 2 hours before realizing I was late to the show. D-Man Dog 056 says, Nick, can you recommend any 40k games? Video games, I assume you mean. Space Marine is a lot of fun. It's hard to support, but Dawn of War 1 and Dawn of War 2, those are the best two. Really, there's nothing else to say. Blaine 20 says, I've long said that I'll never go to Dunkin' Donuts because it's famous for its coffee. Lithuia Serb says, do you think people need hobbies to stay happy? I think hobbies help dramatically. Really do.
Yeah.
It's something to do. That's the whole thing. Ultra 6.5. Sorry,
I was just going to say, I always feel better when I have a reason to get out of bed. If during long slogs where nothing's happening, I'll sleep way too long. But this week I've been up every single morning, like promptly, because the site's under attack. I have to show up on Nick's show, so I have to set an alarm for the first time in like 6 months. It's that kind of like that I think that was like the most dramatic thing. When I noticed I had reasons to get out of bed in the morning was a huge mood improvement. So if you're sleeping indefinitely because you have no reason to wake up, that's the biggest sign I can give you for you need to look for something to do.
Ultra 6.5 says, Josh, what VPN provider do you recommend? Asking for a friend.
I answered in chat. Private internet access and NordVPN. I use PIA myself. I use it right now. And if you want an affiliate URL, just go to the main page of the Kiwi Farms, and it's at the bottom.
Automata says, now I want to write a dystopian short story where in 500 years Doucette is considered to be a great figure in history merely due to the volume of tweets. You should definitely do that. Tillip says, if anyone wants to learn a skill, learn vectoring. Lithuia Serb says, has Ashley Isaacs died yet? I don't know who that is. Do you?
It was Ashley Isaacs. Ashley Isaacs is a famous lich. She's actually several thousand years old, and she sacrificed her health for her beauty and an infinite life. And she convinces young women to become anorexic. And every woman that she convinces to be anorexic, she actually feeds off their life energy. And actually, I is still alive to this day. despite the fact that she is maybe at top 70 pounds, and has been for years, because she sustains herself off the misery of others.
That's amazing.
Yeah, no, this is a real person, and her physical condition is a medical marvel. I don't know how she manages to survive. She is so thin. If you look at her femur, it looks like a dog bone. Like, it looks like a cartoon dog bone, because it's just the femur with skin wrapped around it, with no muscle and no fat. She is a powerful supernatural entity, and I avoid speaking of her because she frightens me.
Creepy. Maybe she consults with Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Iron Mater says, in an ANCAP society, you can have anything you're willing to pay for. Null looks like a baby goat. No homo.
Maybe Ruth is also a lich.
I think she definitely is. There's no way. No way. Bird Reich says, sad figs, go save an animal, either yourself or from the pound. Then understand that if you do some dumb stuff like live streaming a Minecraft synagogue, that your family is just going to dump Scruffy's ass in the kill shelter. Pets save lives, to be honest. Anon says, late AF, but Josh is right. As a kid, we had to be semi-homeless, living on a couch when we moved to a cheaper state to escape overworked food stamp poverty. Short-term sacrifice, long-term gain. Yeah, I'm with it. I'm with that. Eric Collier says, my right hand is never idle. And that's what we've got. That's the show. We should wrap it up. I always talk to you way longer than the show is normally supposed to go.
Interesting. Interesting.
You have all the stories, and it's sad that we'll all forget you when you die.
It's true. The moment I drop, I'm gonna like disappear into sand, and in the pages, my Wikipedia page is gonna disappear.
Yeah.
The Library of Alexandria that I've built will disappear.
It'll just say null, and people.
Oh yeah, lowercase n.
Yeah,
null.
All right, man. Well, let's say goodbye to the chat, and then I'll say goodbye to you. So thank you for watching, guys. Hope you enjoyed the show. Next show should be Monday, unless something really weird happens over the weekend, like I get drunk and decide to bait some weirdo named John Kelly, but that's really not likely to happen because that would give him attention. Who wants to do that? But thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Josh, do you want to say anything before we buzz out?
Learn to buy Bitcoin because you'll need it.
There you go. All right, guys. Check out maddattheinternet.com. Go support Josh, and we'll see you all a different night. Peace.
Take it easy.